What's up, traders? Richard here from Hola Prime. Joining me today, Igor, Stephen. How are you guys doing?
Doing well, doing well. How about yourself?
Not too bad, not too bad. Been a mad morning, but didn't get any trades done, so hopefully something pops up today. To all our viewers, very warm welcome from our side. If you've got any questions, please feel free to drop a comment there in the chat box, and we'll be more than happy to answer that for you. Right, let's get the show in a row, guys. I'm in a bit of a different setting today, so hopefully you guys can hear me well, see me okay. So I'm just getting used to the different screens in front of me, but should be okay. Stephen, you want to start things off for us, if you don't mind? Show us what you got.
Yeah, so last time I was on a couple weeks ago with you guys, we were talking about my daily chart and how things were looking over here. We could see it kind of we were coming down on this leg here. I'm just trying to keep my drawings out of the way of the wicks here. So that comes up, and then I was waiting to see if we got the expansion that day, this leg up. So we got the leg up, so then I was bullish after this point, coming for this fair value gap that's shaded in the green here. I could clean some of this. So some good, made some bullish trades up into here. And once we took this off for me, this is the daily chart. So I'm using this as kind of the guidance for my bias. At least, that's how I do it in futures.
Okay.
Once we came up here, I wanted to see if it was going to reach the rest of the way up, or if we were going to come back down and reach down in here. We had come down for this pull.
Stephen, you're breaking up there a bit. Can you still hear us?
Supported inside this weekly gap, this very large week. I can still hear you. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. Igor, is there any sort of delay on your side, or is it my side?
There is some delay.
But
I have a little bit of delay as well.
Okay. No worries. Keep going.
So ultimately, right now, after the current price action that we have going on now, what I'm seeing here and going into this week, I'm staying in that. I'm looking at it right now like today could be some consolidation. We have some data coming on Thursday and Friday, non-farm payrolls.
Yeah.
So Thursday we got a little bit of data. Let me review exactly and get you the right exactly what that is on Thursday. I don't want to say the wrong thing. Jobless claims and non-farm productivity, which gives us a sneak peek into what's going to happen Friday. And non-farm payrolls is very big in futures. So I'm looking for possible consolidation for the next day or two here. Could see a push, but I'm kind of expecting maybe some sideways movement, and then the big push up towards the end of the week. Maybe a rush to the tops even before Friday. Non-farm payroll could even happen, and then that could indicate a possible short if it does something to that nature.
Gotcha.
This morning, I already took a trade. So I got to the charts about this time. Usually I get just before this box forms for my strategy. I got a little late to the charts today and was watching it push down. I was waiting for it to see if it was going to respect the range that I have created by my indicator. It started respecting the range, and this candle opened and started giving me the push up. And I was watching this 7-minute chart. I'm going over to my other platform here. I'm going to turn on my executions so I can see and tell you exactly where I got in. It is loading. So my first entry was at 516.50 inside this candle. So my entry was just right in this area here.
Okay. Nice.
Came up. Let me switch to the 1-minute chart. in this candle here. Got into the market into this candle. It's trading with another firm that shall not be named. So it's going up. I got in the momentum right away. Came here, expected the pullback on this moving average. Came and swept this. Got a little deeper than I expected. Stopped me out, but then I got right back in the market. I got long right away. It stopped me out. And a lot of times I'm aware that it chases me out, stops me out. I moved my stop loss in the spot that everybody else moved their stop loss. But I don't stay shocked anymore that it took my stop loss because I believe I'm still right.
Yeah.
I let it
Gotcha.
take my stop loss. Fine. And risk what I've already made because it was in profit. So I'm basically risking what I've already made and then the original drawdown that I was willing to take in the first place. So I got right back in the market and we started pushing up right away in price. So my target was right here at 527.75. Took profit for a little over $200.
Nice.
So that was.
Do you just follow the NASDAQ, Stephen? I can't remember.
I'm waiting to see if we're going to clean up here. Yes, I stay strict to one asset. I believe it leaves me to be more intimate with it. I understand how she moves, how she how she likes to do her thing. If it comes to I could trade gold futures, I could trade oil, but then I have to watch those markets and I have to pay attention to what's happening in the oil market and what's happening in the gold market, or if it's Forex, all the different countries and what's going on with their economies has to be some part of my strategy. I kind of have to understand about that. I live in America, and so I'm well aware of everything that's going on in America as it is. So that makes it easy to choose that. I do watch the S&P. I do trade some options in SPY. I don't really trade few options, even though I follow the NASDAQ so closely. But I trade SPY options. They're cheaper, less decay. It feels like I get better moves with them.
Awesome.
Cool.
So you're pretty much out of that trade now, right? So you're potentially waiting for another setup today, or maybe a pullback first, or you're just going to see how things open, or what's your game plan?
Current game plan is, so we came up above my range here. This is my main strategy that I use. So I'm looking at the same stuff every morning that I trade. I trade the morning session. Look at this every day. So now I'm on top of this range, and I'm going to wait a minute, at least a minute, and see if we stay above the range. Seems pretty sideways. We're 8 minutes to open. I'm going to let it make its move. My original assumption when I took profit here was I could short and go down here, and then a second entry would be at the tops here. I did not.
Okay.
I was in the long, took the long, went up. But that's what I was looking at originally, right? So it would have pressured me if I was in that short to go there. So now I'm just kind of resting back to see if it's going to take here or here first. Being that we're moving into open, this could easily dump right back down. And when it does, then I'm going to look for possible rejection around the 488 level to continue higher, because I'm ultimately bullish on the daily chart. So there's the sweep right there just before open. She popped up for us. So there's that.
Nice.
Now that we took this, I want to see if we'll reject, keep going, waiting for another indication of change in the state of change in the direction of the market, or do we want that continuation?
Okay. Cool. So let's see how things open. Still about 6 minutes left before that happens. Stephen, do you have anything else to discuss, or can we hand it over to Igor quickly?
Yeah, one last thing. We have some data for the U.S. in 36 minutes.
Jolts, yeah.
So at the top of the hour, we'll have some jolts data that can move the market. So be prepared
for sure. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, we'll take note of that, and see how things happen. Igor?
Excellent.
Okay, thank you, Richard. So I will start on the beginning with just the Forex news. Like Stefan said, we had a JOLTS openings today, And the thing is, for all traders that watch right now this session related to this fundamental analysis, this means jobs openings and labor turnover survey. And as you can see right now in the Forex Factory calendar, the actual number is 7.11 million, previous 7.19, and not actually forecast. And what is expectation is we expect the lower number, which means that last 3 months, I think because of the tariffs, we have reduced number of employees. So the problem is I think that this report can be interesting a lot for NFP report on Friday, because there is a correlation between this report and NFP on Friday. So I will very closely watch this. If we get very good data and price of euro dollar and British dollar holds and start to go up and break my trend line, which I'll later show, I think that a lot of people will start and try to make positions before NFP to be in profit. And that means that there is a huge expectation of, again, bad NFP report and again, weak dollar. So I think that today can be really, really interesting day for whole week, because as we remember, the last week, the dollar was a little bit stronger than expected, but this week maybe we'll have continuation of the weak dollar, which can really, really push euro dollar and British dollar higher. So this, I just watching this and as preparation for my trade. And now I will just show what I'm watching, watching right now, and what I want to trade. So as you remember yesterday, first to tell, I missed this trade before the Asia session. This was something that I should do because what's happened. Asia session started to be very interesting for traders last couple weeks, because huge volatility than that used to be. And sometimes you can get very good price level if you want to sell or buy. And this day was very good level for selling, and I missed that. So I little struggled during the European session because the choppy market and everything. And I made the 20 pips, but what's happened? As you can see this low on the chart in British pound dollar, around 1.349 level, it is 61.8% of Fibonacci retracement. Let me just show a little bit to see. So if we make a Fibonacci retrace somewhere here, just around this level, exactly level here. So my plan was to buy a British pound dollar. I missed a good price in that moment. On one account, I succeed to make a buy trade at 1.35, but I set this trade to be break even, because just in a couple minutes we'll be in the US opening range, and I know always crazy volatility, and I don't know what to expect. Sometimes all my break-even trades will be closed just because of the US market open. But just after finish this US open market, I know that will be this report which can push price really higher if we get the price the results as we expected. So what I'm looking here, this is the thing that I'm a little bit doubt. So I draw a bearish trend line on relative strength index indicator. And as you can see right now, after the low, we're approaching to this trend line. There is a possibility that we can go maybe 10, 15 pips higher from here. But after that, I don't know what to expect. If this report push the price higher, maybe if I see the breakout of this trend line, I will be bullish again and try to achieve new highs. However, what can happen here is the price can touch this level and start to go down again. So this is the the tricky point right now, and I don't know what to expect right now related to the British pound dollar. What I would like to see, I think the best scenario is, because we hit the resistance of 1.356, then we create a pullback, maximum pullback to the 61% of Fibonacci retracement. There is a maybe technically logical idea that now we continue to go bullish and price here. But like I said, we are just going into the US Open, and here the price can be really, really wild, and we can see anything, really anything. We can go a huge drop if below the low, and then again to go bullish and to make a US high or something like that. So this is something that I'm just watching right now, and I want to see the movement. I would like to see a bullish bias for British pound dollar. Even we are right now in the bearish mode.
Gotcha.
This price here at 1.138 is a more than 60% drop. So this is, as you can see, the relative strength index is a pretty oversold on the 30-minute chart, and this is something that worries me. What here can happen? So here I can draw the trend line too, but this is the tricky one. Why? Because I can do a trend line make like this, and sometimes you can break one and then price can reverse and start to go in other direction. It's a little bit harder to trade, but if someone has a bullish bias and want to see a bullish trend, he can try maybe now. But like I said, I need something. I need some push, something special here to be sure about this trade, because you need to find a support right now. The only first support that I can use here for euro dollar is support from the I think it was this price here. So around 1.1350 level. It's a 30 pips from now. So this level can be interesting, but I don't know what to expect here. Right now, I would just maybe watch this and wait for something. And but right now, if I think a little bit, I think that euro dollar maybe has a better risk reward ratio than British pound dollar, but because it's more oversold, and the Monday low is only 30 pips right now, and for British pound dollar we are almost 60 pips from the Monday low, which is not comfortable for traders to risk too much. So this is the something that I'm watching. The similar story is for gold. The similar story is for gold here. There is one and then again resistance. Then we break that, then we test it, and we are still testing right now. And this can be interesting because if we get very good and positive, not positive, negative results for US dollar, the gold can start to go bullish again. And this move here we can define as a correction. So on that support. And if someone wants to trade gold, just need to watch this support right now and what's happened here. I'm watching very boring, and a little bit I'm I'm worried because usually I see some push in some way, and then make a plan. And right now, I think that this economic news event that will be in 25 minutes, I think that this pushed the market to be quiet before the move. So maybe I need to be quiet as same day. So
Sit on your
for
hands.
example, the S&P 500 right now, we're yes, we are at the 0%.
I shorted it.
Neither upside, neither down.
I took a momentum trade on that.
On the NASDAQ.
So
Yes.
so we're really nowhere right now, and this is maybe the best way to wait for the news or wait something before anything. So I'm just watching all these pairs, and yesterday I didn't comment the US dollar Japanese yen because a lot of people ask me what I want and what are my plan here. I will just show you something here.
Igor, just before you do that, just give me 1 second. Stephen, do you want to talk us through that trade quickly?
Bearish.
Yeah, my internet
We had pretty bad breakups here.
glitched out on me a little bit there.
No worries, you're back again.
Yeah. It was like so minor, but my phone had told me that I got kicked off the Wi-Fi.
Okay.
It didn't seem like I lost all my internet. And I'm still here with you guys, so that worked.
All right. So, sorry for interrupting,
I don't
Igor,
see my
but
screen though.
I'll add you to the stage quickly. Should come up now. There we go.
There we go.
Okay.
So breaking it down to the 1 minute chart. I don't know how I close that out. So here, there's this gap up here on the 17-minute chart over here on the side. So here there was this gap, and it showed on the 7 as well.
Okay.
And I was talking before open. I want to see if it's going to come up here or come down here first, and then it just rushed. We started rejecting. So it rushed up and took it. We started rejecting, then the market. So it rejected, pushed up, took the liquidity, rejected, and then pushed to open. Right. So when it went up and took on the 17-minute chart, it finished taking this liquidity or the fair value gap. I knew that I was safe. Crossing to my range would be minimal. When I touched my range, that's when I broke even. But my entry was up here. It chopped around, and then it closed me on this one. It was a $267 trade. Very quick.
All right. So was that a short you took there, Stephen? Just to clarify that.
Don't want to accidentally pull up anything. Yes, it was a short.
Cool.
So yes, I was overall bullish, but I seen the
nice quick one.
I seen the momentum in the trend. It took the one gap that I had been spotting for already, and we had that would have been probably where I pulled off the rest of the trade. But I had the internet issues and the glitch, and I was up like almost 400 on the trade, and I'm like closed, and it was like not closing. My phone's going off, and I'm like, what's going on? Really, at this point, I was my own enemy anyway. I should have just let it ride. Because look at it. So we don't always know that. We can't always, I could set break even or, stop and profit and let it run at that point. But since I had the issues, I'm not trying to get trapped into any. It goes the other direction on me. Now I lose everything. I just wanted to get out of the market at that point.
Well, nice little trade. Well done.
But I would have liked to take it. I would have liked to be able to take it down to 498. I would have liked to have been able to get down in here. 498, 488, because we were talking about coming to the 488 and getting a bullish buy. So that's about where I would exhaust myself fully on the trade if I were to be in it still.
Right, so you're going to now try to see what happens if price moves lower to what you say, 440, 448, 488 level.
488 would be where I'd want to see it be a low point. If I see a quick rejection off of 498 at the right at 498 at the right time, like on a candle change on my chart, on one of my charts, if I see it take it 498 at that time on a candle change, then I may take the long right on that candle change, right on that small pullback wick of the other candle and expectance to get the bullish movement.
Cool.
So that I use higher time frame charts. I learned over the years of trading, the 1 minute chart is noise, and it really can get you to go bullish, bearish, bullish in minutes. In minutes, you could be wanting to go 4 directions, and there's only 2 you can go. So it's bringing it up higher on the time frame allows me to see the movement better. It also allows me to hold trades better.
Gotcha.
And moving my stop with managing the stop, because when I'm in this candle, say I'm short in this candle, I don't want to move my stop until I hit that target. So all this noise in here that could tripping me up on the 1 minute chart, maybe thinking, oh, it's going back bullish, you know, and I'm bearish, you know, I'm short. Oh no, it looks like it's going bullish. Let me move my stop. You know, all those tricks can't happen if I'm looking at a little bit higher time frame.
Yeah,
just wait for definitely it to get to my point, and then I'll go on to the lower time frame and set my stop.
Awesome.
Here we go, back up.
All right. Well, nice little short there.
So we see it came here and came right to my moving average, came right to the bottom of my range, and it instantly rejected. Yeah, with futures, we can't hold overnight. Well, I mean, we can in personal accounts, but in the prop space, there's not really prop firms that allow you to trade overnight. You have to close by 3 p.m. Central or sometimes 3:30 Central, stuff like that. You know, you have to close, but you can't hold overnight. So when I'm looking into a position, I got to remember that I could end up getting trapped and have no choice but to have to close, or I would lose my prop account because I held overnight. So every day scalp, you know, I'm scalping and I'm very mindful of my positions. And so about 500 up on the day.
Not too shabby. Nice.
Probably where I'm going to stay for today. The internet kind of, you know, a little weird thing kind of shake me out a little bit. Now it's got some fear going inside of me that could happen again. That's just ultimately where I trade. And
well, you got some money in the bag, so not too bad.
Isn't that enough? You know, I don't want to be greedy.
Yeah, gotcha. I understand. Igor,
but ultimately,
you were
I'm
talking
bullish
about the dollar yen. We got a bit of overlap here on the side.
Okay, I can back to the charts if you like. Okay, so just to tell about the US dollar Japanese yen, that I want to sell this, and I will wait for the nice drop or nice point to enter a short. I just need a stronger yen, and I'm watching that and fundamentally because I want to make some positional trade that I can use maybe for now. Still waiting for the nice price. Maybe we'll reach, maybe no, but I'm not interested. There is a these days too much sideways for the British pound because the trading gods hear us, and now we can make the plan. So what's happened right now? We are breaking the relative strength index indicator trend line, And my plan can be, I can have two plans. Plan number one, if someone believes that really we can get a bad news for US dollar, but it's a kind of gamble, but there is a high probability for that because this tariff war and several consecutive reports that were very bad for using the stats. We can enter right now. But another thing which can be very, very good strategy is to wait the news, get the push upside to the 1.3540, about 20-25 pips, and then we always have that pullback to this price right now, around 1.3520. And after that, we can try to catch 1.3560 and maybe 80 and maybe more. So this is the just projection.
Okay.
Because this trend line and relative strength index indicator was really strong because it's more than 24 hours long. And I think that if we break this, we need to retest the previous high, which is 1.3460. Now, as you can see, we retest 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. So 4 times we try to retest this price level of 1.3560. And now when we are from this huge deep start to go again there, and the reason is that the market try several times, then make a huge pullback, and after that pullback get a stronger volume and the speed, and then we can break that level, and then we have maybe 20-30 pips to achieve more. Maybe like you said, my ultimate level can be 1.362, but I think it's too much. It's too much for today. But no, I don't know. Everything is possible because today's low was around 1.349 level. So we have always 100 pips of daily average range, which is average for British pound dollar. And we always have space for that. So I will monitor that closely. And right now, just 13 minutes before the news,
3 minutes, yeah, 13, right?
we
Yeah.
have little. So I just want to see how that will look like. Maybe we will back here somewhere at 1.3505 level or 9, 8 or 10, and wait for the news, and then maybe we will achieve something. So I will be very cautious right now because the always the reports related to the employment knows to be very, very volatile sometimes. Inflation and the employment news are usually can make that volatility. So this is why I need to be very cautious right now. So this is that I watch. I just need 12 more minutes to make the right decision. But I would like to see the bullish sequence and the bullish push. But we will see what will be there. I give you the mic, Richard.
Yeah.
You can sing.
With the guitars in the back. Let me just share my charts quick here. Share screen. Should be coming up now. There we go. All right, crude oil. Before I look at the smaller time frames, higher time frame, I've been thinking since about a couple of weeks ago that we might be seeing some sort of symmetrical triangle here in the crude oil market. And my idea is that it's potentially still not done yet. This red zone, I'll show you that on a smaller time frame in just a minute. is where I expected resistance yesterday. We did have a nice strong drop to the downside. It's on a 4 hours, so me trading the smaller day trading time frames. That was a substantial, nice drop, but didn't manage to get into that. I'll talk through that trade in just a while, but I don't think this is over yet. I think we might see some more downside, potentially filling this gap that was left between Friday settlement price and Sunday start in the futures markets, and then potentially get something like this, an A, B, C, D, E. So I'm still thinking maybe something like this and then lower. That being said, that's just a potential expectation. We'll obviously have to see what price action does, because that's ultimately king here. The other idea that I was talking about yesterday is that this entire thing might just BS everyone. We think we're dealing here with a triangle that might end, and then traders might think maybe let's go lower or short this market, and we get thrown a curveball where we actually have a first wave up, and then we start a symmetrical triangle and then a breakout, giving us an A, a B wave symmetrical triangle, fool everyone to thinking it's bullish, then up and then down later. So that's a different game plan. It all depends what price does around the 62.92 and 63.48 zone, which is that red level or area on my chart. Again, I'm looking at the CFDs here, guys. We're trading the futures, which is my preferred markets, when Hola Prime releases that. So those numbers might be different on the futures markets, right? So just to let you guys know, if you do trade the WTI crude oil, I am showing the CFDs here, right? So the prices will definitely vary depending on which contract is currently being traded. The front contract, some traders might want to trade a different contract, whatever the case might be. But so my expectations is potentially another revisit of the zone, or maybe even lower, a drop down, up and then down, or the alternative path is what I've just drawn up here. So you can see here on the 5-minute time frame, that's the red box I drew yesterday. Price made a high around about the 63.23 level. Then we had quite a strong decline here, and that occurred in that time frame that I'm normally looking for trades to set up. We had a break of price structure around about, let's just make that a different color. Let's make that purple, because purple is beautiful. And that was around about 62.74. And as price broke that, there was also this really large fair value gap here on the 5-minute. So yesterday I was hoping for a retracement, obviously prior to the strong decline, to retest that and then short this. Obviously that didn't happen. So around about, what was it, 2 p.m. yesterday, price found support and made it all the way back into there. Just ticked that zone, and now we've seen a decline again. I'm still expecting that price might get into there again. If that does occur, I'll be looking for a potential short. Alternatively, or before I talk about this, this might just be a zigzag into that area, which is a classic type of test of a fair value gap after a zigzag. And then now we might see price going lower. Again, I'm not thinking price on the larger time frame is ready to go down all the way right now. I was trying to get rid of the stupid drawing, which just keeps on coming back. It doesn't want to go away. But anyway, regardless of that, let me just focus on the smaller time frame here again. We had a drop here, and it was slightly before our morning session started here with the morning bell. There was a very, very tiny fair value gap that did form, but for me, it's a little bit too tiny. I'm looking here at a 5-minute time frame. So there was a very small one over here, right? So that could potentially be an area if price gets back into there that I might be interested in taking a short. That being said, I think the expectation still is that we might actually move deeper into this area, and then depending on what price action does, you know, if you can start seeing, I don't know, reversal type candlesticks or a break of price structure, et cetera, to the downside, then I'll be looking for a trade there. Alternatively, price might just break yesterday's high, Again, that's around 63.23 before we get a reversal, or just price might just move down from here, and I just missed that setup. That's my views on crude oil. S&P 500, again, looking here at the CFDs, is below yesterday's high at 59.52. I think there's a good chance that price might actually pip that high. Stephen, I know you look at the NASDAQ. On the NASDAQ, we already took out that high. Again, looking at the CFDs over here. So we have news or the jolts coming out of 5 minutes time. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Are we going to see a blast off continuation to the upside, or we're going to see some weakness? Again, I won't be trading 5 minutes before or 5 minutes after that news event because I am trading a direct account here with Hola Prime, and that's not allowed. If you're trading any of the other accounts like the two-step accounts and so forth, then you are actually allowed to hold during news events. Personally, I don't like doing that. I've just been burned too many times. Learned my lessons a lot of times. So over the next 5, let's say 8 minutes, I'll probably have a better game plan here on the S&P 500, not the NASDAQ, because you are trading the NASDAQ, Stephen. I'll leave that to you. So crude oil, if we can get a nice deeper retracement of this most recent decline that we've seen here, then potentially that could be a short for me to go short. Okay. So that's my view. Yeah, it'd be interesting what happens with the JOLTS report. As you guys said, we also got those NFP numbers on Friday. So, yeah. Markets might be waiting more for that than the JOLTS report. I'm not sure. We'll just have to see what price action does, and then we'll follow accordingly. Or trade accordingly,
Yeah, the way NASDAQ looks, good manipulation at the open. I took advantage of that manipulation at the open by taking the short after everybody ran in long. And now making a run bullish leading into this news after that manipulation. So
so this was probably this long candle over here, right? So break of that high, immediately pulls back into the range and back up again.
So now I'd like to see if we could touch 640 on the futures side. That's 35 points away currently, about 30 or 40 points away currently.
You're back on screen there.
I'd like to see what happens at 640 with the new.
Are those green zones you've got on there, are they fair value gaps or an indicator using, or did you manually draw that yourself?
So all the gray and blue are weekly gaps. So they're gaps in the market from Friday's close to Monday's open. The past 30 of them, however they land on my chart. So that's 30 weeks, a little over half a year of gaps. Wow. The green areas are fair value gaps.
Okay. So Mr. Wick's fair value gaps.
Those will show me all the fair value gaps created. The red lines that are in there, that are inside the boxes, that's the 50% point of that fair value gap.
Midpoints, okay.
So I can judge if it's possibly leave it open, if it rejects and keeps moving, possibility to see it be left open, kind of in the sense that it starts rejecting back that, and then my turn indicator is just has my moving average in it. It has my ranges that get produced in it. Almost every day, I do have some like these dashed lines. So I will put a line is dashed on my chart, and I will match it with with the indicator that puts out this line, like right here on the chart. The indicator put it on there, and I ended up putting a line over it because it might not transfer over to a smaller time frame, because that is only being shown on the higher time frame from the indicator. So I want to be able to see that. But at the end of the day, if it's not locked, if it's a drawing and it's not locked, I wipe my chart clean. Every day when I'm done trading, all those lines, the levels that I thought I was looking at today, they're gone. I let the indicator reproduce new levels, and I rechart every day.
Makes sense. Hey, Robert. How's it going, buddy? Morning time for you. Got your coffee? Getting ready for work, I suppose. And he says hello to you, Igor. Nice having you again, Robert. Right, so the news should be coming out right now.
To the upside.
Yes. Better than expected.
Yeah. Shot up.
7.39 million.
Yes.
Versus 711 forecast. Right, so good numbers. Better than expected.
Yes, but now it's important how market will react here.
Yeah.
Because sometimes market can reject the news, which means that the institutional traders have different plan than, and I would like to see that, because I would like to see that British pound dollar start to go up beside this bad news for that. So I just watching the first couple of minutes what's happened with the price, and it's a mixed bias. Actually, we got some bearish move. Right now we go some little bit bullish, so it's mixed. It's not clear. So I just watching right now to see what will happen here, and I would like to see something. We will need a couple minutes for decision here.
Yeah, it's for the market to digest that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Robert says he waits to get to work
I'm
before
with
he
you
has his
on
coffee.
waiting still.
Yeah, same thing.
I'd like to see the 640 level get tested and see what it does. That's what I'd like to see. I'm not sure if it's going to go there or not, but that's what I would like to see, so then I can make my next decision. Kind of.
Will you still be willing to go short if that happens? If you see something there,
first come down here and then go up there. Yeah, I want to see if it ends up holding that level, taking this and holding that level and rejecting. Could see a possible short coming back down. Just got to see how it reacts to the actual level when it touches. So it's important that I'm focusing on the chart when it does touch.
Gotcha. We got Andre just dropped a comment there. He's asking for Igor to look at the dollar index, if you guys don't mind.
No problem. I just watched that. I will share with you.
Stephen, just give a shout out if you see something, all right, and then we'll switch over back again. There we go.
Excellent.
Dollar index on
here it is. This is the today I'm watching the US dollar indexes. You can see we had let me just put it like this, from the June really bullish the whole day, and I'm watching this very closely, and the strength was really clear. We can even draw a relative strength index, which is the bullish. But the problem that I'm watching right now, if we look a little bit outside, zoom out, we can see that the 9 up to today, the trend is still bullish. And this is why I'm very cautious what will happen here. So right now, this price level that we are just now represents the ultimate high that we have this week, so Monday's high. So that's why I think everything can happen, because very often if we track the opening range theory based on the weekly setup. If you put Monday's high, Monday's low, there is a chance that during the Tuesday, we retest Monday's high and start to go down, or vice versa, to retest the support and start to go up. This is something that very often we can see in the market. So this is why I want to see, for example, Tuesday close to make determination, is this weaker going. So right now I'm watching the British pound dollar and euro dollar, and the US dollar index is bullish, but everything can change in a couple hours. So we are watching to see what will happen here. Like I said, I'm watching the 30 minutes chart. It's still overbought right now, so I will just watch this and wait for some push on the other side. So right now we're approaching a get to the and I'm watching this level. So this level happen after that. After when we reach the Monday's high, what will be the movement for the US dollar index? So this is important. This is important. I think. I'm just go
You're
down
welcome,
just because of the news. You're welcome, of course. Thank you. This is the movement that we got after the news, but we need to wait the whole hour to make any decision or to see what will the next movement be. So I'm not clear right now. I need a little bit time for entering into any trade. So this is my current setup. Just to wait.
Waiting is better. All right, guys. Looking at crude oil, price did make it to that small fair value gap. However, it is pushing higher. I'm very cautious of going short or actually trading from a very small fair value gap like this. Price action is still quite bullish. If you look here at a 1 minute time frame, just at price structure during this decline, it could potentially have been a double zigzag ABCX, ABC formation. If that's the case, that's the low. Price will potentially break this high that was set around 62.83. So I'm still interested to see if price can make its way deeper into this fair value gap that occurred yesterday. Potentially around midway, let's call it 62.90 towards 62.92. Then that might be a sweet spot to try and see if we get a reversal. Again, I won't just place a sell limit order in the case of that. If price can, gradually move into that area, break a price structure point to the downside, then I'll potentially get into a trade. So things look a little bit bullish. I'm just cautious that, if I go bullish here now, we're trading into resistance. So my bias is still on the short side, and that's taken from the longer time frame. And as I mentioned, I'm still expecting price to retest that area, which it's potentially doing right now. It looks like it's going to break the most recent high, which it just did. So yeah, got to be a little bit more patient. Trading is a lot about being patient. So let's see what happens. On the SPX 500, why is it doing that the whole time? Prices fell short of yesterday's highs, where again the NASDAQ broke above yesterday's highs, retested that high. Now I'm getting a glitch here on my platform at the moment. I do apologize, but we're getting a retest of that. And I think, Stephen, did the NASDAQ hit those levels you were looking at on the upside?
you hear me?
Are you back, Stephen? There you go. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. Came right up to that 640 level, short of a 1.5. So it came at the 38.50, right in that 40 area that I was looking at, and just goodbye. It just turned right around, left, so in a hurry, right up to that 40 area, and it just
dropped.
Amazing. So at this point, I'm looking at my moving average here, about the 555 level, 21,555 level. See if it could break that. I'm looking at another strategy on another screen. And it's telling me it's not going to go any further down. So I definitely, on my range on this one, because the point I would have to get in if I was going to be taking this trade. I'm looking at it on another chart like this on the 1 minute. So this would be the area I would be wanting to short if I were willing to take the short. And I would take it down to 47, 55, 47 area.
Gotcha.
50-point move. See how it plays out. But on another strategy that I pay attention to and watch and stuff like that, that was profit. The current little lows in the 1 minute chart was profit for that strategy, so I can't see continuation anymore.
Okay.
So I'm hands off.
Hands off. And you, Igor, how's your charts looking
I'm
there?
preparing to enter into the trade, but I just need to do a couple of things.
Okay. You want me to share your screen yet, or hang a bit?
Just a minute to prepare everything. So I will just show you my trade. Just a moment to find.
Nice.
Okay, I will share my trading screen.
Okay, please do.
This is my trading platform. So I see that the market, there is a high probability the market reject this news after the first 15 minutes.
So hang on, Igor, it's not showing.
And I will try something just because the good risk reward ratio.
No, it's coming.
I hope you will see very soon.
There we go. Yep.
Excellent. So excellent. So what I will do, I will buy British pound dollar right now, and what I will 347, and I will actually 8, and I will take my profit at 356. But maybe I will a little bit change my trades during the time. But I think that we will go to retest the previous previous high. So this is my trade and my trading plan after the news. I think that this will be the rejection. We had that kind of the move, a strong move down. Then the market holds, and after 15 minutes, we see the push upside. So I think that that the price will start to test my trend line on the relative strength index, and I hope that I will just show you again what I'm looking for here. So I'm looking for on 30 minutes chart, as you can see right now. Just a moment to share the screen again. It was lost. Yes. Yeah. So as you can see, I think that we will try to retest this trend line, and I want to see that in 1 hour to try to retest this trend line. But of course, market can go be choppy, can go sideways, can be anything here, but I will wait for that. I think this push here right now produced a wick. That week we will see on the 50-minute chart, and maybe this will be as a proof that we want to go more bullish here for British pound dollar. I see the very similar thing on the euro dollar, and I'm watching, and the US dollar index I'm watching right now here. So we will see. We'll see. I need, of course, I can exit from the trade if I see that market is choppy or but I like to try on support to buy or sell on resistance. I don't feel comfortable when I do opposite. So this is the usually what I'm doing. So
you're saying, Stephen?
I like
so this is it. This is it about my trade.
Yeah, I like your trade. It's as long as GBP.
Oh, thank you.
And NASDAQ continue, stay correlated. Generally, anything against the US dollar, which NASDAQ is against the US dollar, basically is correlated for the most part. And so if you stay correlated, I'm long-term bullish. I like the move out of the news that you said. I'm looking at my chart.
Excellent.
Same manipulation. And then you got in as it it dumped down a little bit. You started seeing some bullish action. You're ultimately bullish. You got in on a pullback. Let's see her going. Here she goes. As well as we were at my levels on my other on my strategy here, and I was like, oh, if I'm going to take the short, this is where I would take it. Next candle would have ran me instantly. As soon as I was taking short, it would have ran me right away.
I agree.
It's coming to pull back to that area, but it ran me right away. So it gave me that would have been a trade that gave me a clear indication I'm probably wrong right away, and I need to get out pretty soon. And that would have been a short. So, and we're bullish here. So I really like your trade for multiple reasons.
Nice. Thank you, Stephen. So I just want to
lower than the open.
Just to share with you, that was a very interesting point. There is a book, Market Wizards, and in one book there was a trader, Jason Shapiro. He traded futures market, and he was not unprofitable, but struggle all the time. And then he realized when see on the chart that price reject the news, that is a huge signal. And he started to trade like that and create a good trading career, and now manages $100 million, etc. So I learned a lot from that, and I think that a lot of traders sometimes can watch that, because the news rejection, the news sometimes is a more powerful indicator than news itself.
For sure, yeah.
Yes.
That's definitely true. Not following what the masses do as well, right? Run with the flock, you're going to get burned, they say.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if there's such a saying, actually. I just made it
up. Still. See here. I gotta get.
So you're thinking a push up into 21,700-ish, Stephen?
Long term for the day, I'm thinking up to 700s.
Yeah.
Long term on the day, how much it chops to get there, couldn't say, but
of course
700s looks like a possible target for the day. That would be another. So the blue line, part of these weekly gaps. So that would be the bottom. So often I know where they're gapped at, but we're holding at this 50% range. So we break these 640s, 700s. I see no problem. To book today. Gotta beat those 640s though.
Not far off for the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the lows hold around where it is. Yeah, I'd like to see these lows hold on around the 560s and push up to the 700.
Cool. Right.
End of my day.
Guys, I
Also,
don't have much showing on my
for
side.
everybody
to be
in the
honest.
stream, I can't wait to really start trading with everybody.
Andre, Robert, anyone else got some questions, guys? We still have some time.
Someone's dog's going up there, huh?
That's my dog. I'm working from home today because the internet fiber optic cable was cut at work by some construction crew. There's like 1,300 offices there,
Boy.
all sitting without internet. So you can imagine what a almost swore there because I'm really frustrated about it. But yeah, it's going to take at least, I think, overnight for them to fix it. So I had to race home, set up everything here. But yeah, all good. That's the dog that just came back from a walk. My wife just walked in. You guys have dogs, animals?
No.
That's what I do after trading. That's what I do every day after trading is I take my dogs on a walk. I mean, it's not raining or something, but kind of a good unwind and clear your brain. And whether it's a good or bad,
or you like in a woody
day.
area,
Generally
or
good trading
how's
day.
things look there, Stephen? Nice.
I live in a small town, small neighborhood, pretty private.
Nice.
I just walk the neighborhood. I do take them to the conservation areas and stuff like that sometimes.
Gotcha.
Lots of lakes in my area. A lot of outdoors, a lot of lake life type people, fishing and boating.
Outdoors.
It's the general
Lovely.
feeling in the area. Yes, very outdoors.
And you, Igor, do you get outdoors or you just trade and code?
No. I like to walk, but without dogs.
I see. Are you a cat man or no animals whatsoever?
No. Actually, I was I had dogs. Actually, I have 14 schnauzers.
Wow.
Because I had one big, and what's happened? They told me that I will get 1, 2, 3 puppies because it's a big dog, and I got 14. So 14 puppies, and it was a really really crazy moments. Yes.
Jeez. I can imagine. Right, I'm just trying to switch this thing off. It's making a noise on the side. But anyway, guys, let me quickly share my screen again. Unfortunately, not seeing much here, but
yeah, NQ kind of stalled here a little bit. Shooting for the highs kind of stalled.
So we're getting a deeper pull
GBP stalled
into that fair value gap here on crude oil. This little box over here is sort of like the mid area, similar to you. Obviously, you've got an indicator, Stephen, that draws your mid area there for you. But it looks very, very bullish. I think there's a good chance price might be gunning for these highs of yesterday. But that being said, if we do start seeing some bearish price action from pretty much where price is currently, around about 62.9-ish, and a strong reversal, which I don't think we're going to get, then that might be a trading opportunity to go long. But trying to get long now with price in areas of resistance on crude oil, it's not something I'm going to do. Not something I'm going to do. So I'll keep an eye on things here. Again, to all our viewers, you got questions, please ask us. We're here to help you guys maybe look at some of your charts or markets that you want to have us analyze. There will sometimes be a bit quiet time. We can't always be trading. We've got to be patient.
Yes.
So please feel free to ask questions. Robert's probably off to work already. So anything else you want to add, Igor? How's your trade looking now?
Right now, my trade looks fine, but as you know, my trading plan
Still
just
early
few
days.
minutes before, just a few minutes ago. So the setup is actually very similar. We got the news, we got the level 1.3520, and now, but we got better than expected news. We went down. Now we are on that level where we were just before the news, and now I'm waiting to see what will happen. So it will go up or down. This is the moment that everything will change, I think, in half hour. Right now, as you can see, we're breaking this relative strength index trend line. But what I need to wait is what will happen in next
Just show
5
your
minutes.
chart there,
Because
please.
just a moment, I will share again. Do you see now?
Should be coming up. There we go.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's showing.
So as you can see, we touch the relative strength index trend line right now. So the problem is that relative strength index indicator on 30-minute charts repaint every single 30 minutes. So it will, the right moment will be in 4 minutes. So we need to maintain this price above 1.3520 in next 5 minutes. If we see that, and maybe, then I'm positive that there's a big chance that we'll continue to go to the 1.3560. But
Nice.
The problem is the next half hour and how that will stay. There is always two points of the coin. One, we can reject this trend line and start to go down. Very important that we break this trend line. And usually after we break, there's always some kind of retest. And if some trader want to enter again in this trade to buy British pound dollar, euro dollar, just need to wait for that pullback and enter again. So this is the good stuff. Because when you use trend lines, there is always retesting of that trend line after we push higher or lower. So this is the good stuff. However, I'm watching right now. The good thing is we're really around 1.3520 level, and we are holding here. But it's very important to see how long are we have anything. Can we feel that? So this is the problem. Soon I will start to watch the volume of a futures market to see are there an increase or something. But the problem is we got that increase just because of the news. And this is not a reliable indicator right now because we are just after the US Open, plus we got the news. So the volume increase is a normal thing. And we cannot see nothing special from that. So I'm just,
looks pretty good thus
watching the good thing. Yes, it's a really, I think we are really just to tell. Yes, please.
No, we have got a little bit of overlap
okay?
in the comms. Yeah, all's good. Can you hear me still? Igor?
Okay. We are breaking right now. We are going up. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Me? What did you say?
I didn't say anything. I was just there's a little bit of a break in the
it was from the previous. Okay, no problem. Yes, we are breaking right now 1.35, and what I like to see when we are slowly break that resistance, slowly, just going up, and keep the price on the level, which is very good, because in that case, slow burning push above the resistance or below the support is very good thing in trading. So now we are 7 pips above that level, and we are really keeping up, which is beautiful. And right now we broke the relative strength index trend line.
Looking good.
Now what can happen, 5 to 10 pips down, which is good for some traders to re-enter this position. So I'm waiting for retesting of this trend line, and it can happen in next half hour.
Okay. Will you add to a position, Igor, or do you just hold it as it is?
I will see. I will see for now how that looks like. So I will wait, but usually I add one more position after that pullback.
Gotcha. Right, GT2023 says hi. Hello from our side. Hope you're doing well. If you've got any questions, let us know.
Hi.
We still have about 14 minutes left on the clock before we finish the opening bell, before our next round of coaches come along. So if you're interested in seeing what they got to say, then please hang around. That will be on top of the hour. But we still, like I said, got 14 minutes on our side here. Stephen, anything to add? Share some wisdom.
Yeah, I'm watching. She's just kind of going sideways over here on the NASDAQ. She's going sideways, holding at 621, between the 620 and 600 level, pretty much. After we had the news, the manipulation, and then to push back up. Now it's just kind of, when I was originally saying, we're just kind of flattening out. It's kind of holding in this pattern. So
yeah,
I don't want to see it go any lower than today's opening price. So not 930 opening price, but 1800 open price. Electronic trading hours open price for the futures contract, which is at 21,555. So I don't want to see it go any lower than that. I want it to stay above the open price for the day. I want to see a bullish candle in the daily chart.
Do you trade in the afternoon your time, or does most of your trades happen in the morning, Stephen?
Most of my trades, I try to get done before the market opens. Honestly, I try to get done in pre-market. I'd say 50% of the time I do.
Okay. So you're an early riser then, or what's the time zone you're in?
I'm in Central Time Zone, so I am 1 hour earlier than New York. So I will be, when New York opens, it's 8:30 in the morning for me. So when I'm in pre-market trading at 7:30 for me, that's when a lot of data comes out. We have that data that comes an hour before the open. So I like to be there for that, and I like to watch what that data does. I don't necessarily trade it because, as you said, it bites me. Maybe I'll trade after, but I don't enter before. I'm big news days. I like to see what that does, and sometimes it's a little bit of an indication of what could happen at the open. If we get really good news on some important CPE number, CPI, PPI, PPE, we get a good number on that, then the market opens and it processes that data. Everybody who is
it's sort of like getting yourself in tune with what's happening, right? Prior to you actually taking trades, if a trade occurs.
Yes.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So on this higher time frame over here, it looks like it might start flagging out, which is I can see that happening here, and being that we've gone sideways for so long, and now I see it building. I would expect it to start moving after the top of the next hour, flag to build, and decide if it's gonna actually play out or be a false flag.
Okay.
Trend line liquidity looks great over here. Oh, I apologize, I didn't pull up my chart. The trend line liquidity here on these wicks looks would create that flag type look. Where's my trend line? Flag. And you can see it kind of holding, resting around those the 21,555 levels.
Mm-hmm.
Would be where this wick had come. Otherwise, it's false. It's over 574.25. Let's see. That'd be a level. Don't want to see it go anywhere further than that.
Yeah, pretty much ranging within that manipulation candle, right?
I don't want to see it go. If it's going to come out of this bull flag here before it goes back up, I don't want to see it go any really lower than that purple line. To be very precise about it.
Okay.
That would be.
And will you then potentially attempt to go long again, or
and starts going back out? If it were to tap that area very specifically. Yeah, if it were to tap this area very specifically and start moving back out in the candle were to wick it and break the top of this triangle here, then I would take a long right at the highs there. That would always buy the breakouts. You know, why would you buy the highs and sell the lows? But sometimes when the price action is right and it does continue, that's what I would need to see to be able to make that move. If it did, if it started breaking out and did not touch this level, I wouldn't touch the trade. I just let it do that. Whether it broke out and kept going, and if it did, I wouldn't be mad because I have a system and I want to see A before B and then C.
Gotcha. I see you got the micros pulled up today. I believe you were trading in the.
So we're getting closer to the end here. I do want to point out. I think the first time I was trading the micros.
Were you?
No, I was on full contract. I was on the minis. This is minis.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm still on minis here.
Oh, that's the minis.
But yeah, before we get closer to the end here, make sure other people and everybody on our stream and everybody watching is aware. Hola is going to be releasing futures soon. Don't have a hard date exactly on that yet, but we will be trading futures here.
Can't wait.
I'm here with you guys. Help you guys get prepared for that. Help the traders get prepared for that. And I can't wait to really start putting these trades on screen for everybody and really show you what we got going.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really nice format. Obviously, a lot happening behind the scenes. It's not just a switch that you flick. So that's going to be really cool. I'm also going to be joining the futures team. I primarily trade futures on my side. So we've been talking a long time about bringing futures on board, and it is, I won't say, can't, like I said, like Steven said, give you a date there, but it is being worked on, and it's going to be a very nice, exciting addition to the Hola Prime instrument list, should we say, right? Also going to be using a very nice platform with trading views charts exclusively. So yeah, really looking forward to that. Again, guys, you got any questions? We still have a few minutes here. What's that, about 7 minutes before we end today's session. So please let us know. We got quite a few viewers in today, which is good to see. We do apologize. There's been a little bit of a delay in the sound quality today. I'm not sure why that's happening, but you know, such is life. Igor, you got something to add there? Got a few more minutes.
Yes, of course. That I have, and the thing that I'm checking right now, because we have only 40 minutes after the news, is I'm checking the volume. Right now on the chart, I'm watching the relative volume, which is very good in the price, higher and higher. And the same time, the volume increase. So the good thing is that our volume is bigger than during the US opening range. And right now, this last half hour, the volume is crazy, just going up, which is
nice.
But usually that reflects in all markets, which is very good. And usually when we have this kind of the volume, we will maybe not have some bigger pullback. We're just pushing higher, which is good, which is very good for traders that enter into the trade very on the right time. And our goal is just to wait to see, can we reach the 1.356 level. So this is the goal, and I'm waiting for that. Maybe we can break it, but of course we will wait for that.
That was a very nice entry, that Igor.
Please, if anyone has any comment or question related to the market.
Yeah, we still got about 5 minutes, guys.
Looking good for you, Igor.
Yeah. Looking very good, Igor. Good stuff, bud. Good stuff.
NQ's just
really, really good.
Holding and you're pushing.
Yeah. Definitely looks like a flag there on the NQ. You're right.
Let's see what the Dixie. Dixie chart now.
Is that the, you said relative volume, right? But who's that, Igor?
Yes. Yes, this is relative volume, and I was a little bit surprised how the Euro futures volume is so low right now. I think this is some kind of the glitch, because it's so low. It's not good, but I think that this is some glitch in this low volume.
Low.
I have never seen extremely low, especially.
It says zero there. That's can't be.
Yeah. Yes. So almost zero. So it's impossible. This is impossible. A session overlap, and this is the moment when the market is so strong, and this kind of the volume is not normal. So I think this is some kind of the mistake. But maybe the CMA do not provide this in this moment that values, and because of that this value is. But I don't have other explanation.
Yeah, is your pound the pound futures, is that updating in real time, or does it actually wait for the candle to close? Or maybe it updates after the delay.
Just go to the pound again.
10 minutes delay, right? Yeah.
Yes. So yes, there is some delay here. Yes, again, we get that for the pound.
Yeah.
It's delay, I think.
Yeah, it's because of the data delay, right? Not live. Again, it'll be interesting to see if we're going to get some of the currencies on the futures side. That will also be interesting. Hola Prime. So a lot of new developments happening, a lot of changes, all for the good. So to all our viewers, please stick with us. A lot of stuff happening behind the scenes.
Nice.
So yeah, we still got about a minute or so left. Again, to all our viewers,
soon after, and that get trapped in the market.
Yes.
I hate getting trapped like this in these consolidations.
Yeah, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down.
This feels like death to traders. Trying to chase everybody out right now and then make a move.
All right, guys. I think we can call it a day from our side. There's been a little bit of sound issues. We do apologize to all our viewers. It does happen from time to time. Out of our hands, unfortunately. But yeah, Igor, very nice trade there. Stephen, Also very nice trading. I didn't get anything going on my side. Was a bit of a mad rush this morning trying to get my internet issues sorted. So it looks like there's internet issues all over. But anyway, I thank you for your time. And I'll hope to see you soon again, Stephen and Igor. I'll be back on again tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we'll be back.
To all our viewers.
Bye-bye, Richard, and bye-bye, Stephen.
Thanks for watching. Stick around for our next round of coaches. Take care, everyone, and goodbye.
Bye-bye, guys.
Cheers.
Have a good one, everyone.
Good. Where are we? Afternoon. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hi, Michael. Good to see you. Hi, Jannie.
Nice to see you,
what's
Paul.
going
Michael.
on?
It's been a while. I'm like all the way. It's really cold here.
I was just about
Really
to say,
cool.
it's so funny when I see you with these jackets on. I'm like, you look like you're freezing.
It's really cold. It's really cold, but Anyway, how was your day in the markets today? Did you find any opportunities, any of you, or not really?
Yeah, I actually did. I actually bought US 30 today. I'm actually still in it. Looking pretty good, actually.
Yeah, like the US
Say the
30
least.
will,
I've been on a little streak here.
But like, which time frames do you? Because you don't do the short term scalping, right? You look at more longer time frames. Was that on the half an hour, the 1 hour, or what did you?
The 1 hour chart.
The 1 hour. Great.
Yeah.
Well, how about you, Paul? Are you still just waiting for? I see Bitcoin just like now, just before we started, the last 4 hours or whatever. Well, definitely the last hour had a nice push to the upside, but nothing to get excited about. It moved from 105 to 106. Well done, Bitcoin. But yeah, anyway, let's have a look. I'll just open the charts here quickly.
All right.
Man, oh man. Okay.
What about you, Jannie? Did you grab anything today?
No, I'm still in that the pound US dollar trade from. Well, you don't know this. There was a lot of drama in the session. No, not a lot of drama, but I entered a trade right here. Well, not right here, like the new candle when it broke the high. So I was like perfectly positioned, and then I was looking to take a second trade, and because of that, I moved the first trade's position, even though I wasn't in the second trade. Anyway, a mistake. So I got knocked out at break even, so that kind of sucked. But I got a second entry, which is actually you can see it in my GUI trade, even though the GUI one is a bit different. Anyway, let me go back to, where are you guys? Which tab are you on? Oh, there you are. Okay. Okay, so what did we do today? Today was a bit of a messy day. Yesterday, we, like Igor pointed out, we've actually, I think we just kind of slightly exceeded the daily ATR. So Igor took profit there. That's a really good move. And then today we had this was the local time, 4 to 8 o'clock. This is basically the London session candle, and this is the support level. Okay, that's the support level. That's the first support level. We broke out there. This is now support level. Now, as you know, once you get close to the support level, now you need to start to find your entry.
Right.
So if you look, but there was just nothing, and I'll show you here on the 15-minute time frame. If you zoom out here, again, you won't always get the pattern or the confirmation that it's going to turn around right on that level. Sometimes it will just fall short. Other times it will pierce through. But there was nothing here. Can you guys see something here apart from just a lot of mess? Paul?
Maybe like a mini only thing I see here really is at the bottom right. It's like a mini inadvertent head and shoulders pattern line.
Yeah, with special needs, yeah, for sure. It's not ideal. You want to see a little bit of space between the two shoulders for sure. But for me, there was nothing. And there was same on the half an hour. Also very difficult to spot there. I thought maybe we're getting some sort of impulse, but then you want to see at least a higher low, or it needs to find very clear support there. But this candle closed below that support, so that's gone. There was just nothing there. On the 1 hour, this was an engulfing candle. When I say engulfing, I typically look at the body of the candle engulfing and then closing above there. But for me personally, I want to see the 4 hour close, and then the new candle needs to break the high. The new candle must break the high. That's just like that's the final bit of entry criteria. It's really, really important because you will avoid a lot of losses. Like, for example, where's that other one? Yeah. You see, like, we had that break away from this is the retest level, by the way. This support level here, that's the weekly resistance. We broke out of it. We came to retest it. And then we moved away. So you want to see a pullback. And then this is what I thought, okay, we had the pullback and now we're pushing back higher, pushing back up higher. But now the final bit of criteria is the new candle has to break the high of that candle. You want to see that the price action is following through. It never did that. So that's exactly what you want to see here. When this candle closes, the next candle has to break the closed candle's high. Okay, otherwise no entry, and then you're just going to have to wait for tomorrow morning and see how price action behaves. And hopefully, there are a number of options. You can look for either like a tight consolidation with a breakout on the 15-minute or the half an hour or even the 1 hour, but it's more likely the 15-minute consolidations with breakouts. And then you can also look at double bottoms, and this is already the engulfing. Remember, the engulfing candle, you can't go lower than the 1 hour time frame. Okay, if you add a support level or resistance level, you want to trade away from it, and you're looking for an engulfing candle, it has to be at a minimum on the 1 hour time frame. Okay, not the 15-minute or anything like that. So still bullish on the pound US dollar. We have a big news event on Friday, that NFP, right? So we keep saying big news events, and they come out and it's like nothing happened.
There's nothing happened. Yeah,
that's been the case for a while.
It happened today. It happened today. Like, I was looking to take Euro JBY and CAD yen long, but I didn't want to jump in before the 10 o'clock news. And sure enough, nothing happened, and I missed the move.
We've seen a lot of disappointing news lately. The FOMCs, the core CPI, all the big ones, NFP, just not a big reaction, but that's been the case for a number of months now, actually. So I'm not sure if it still has to do with this whole trade war thing. I don't know. We're going to have to ask Igor when he's up next. All right, so that's the pound US dollar. I think on the longer time frames, like we already been through that several times. This is the weekly resistance, so we broke out of it. Okay, so we above that weekly resistance area. It did fine. We did get that retest, so it's going to move higher. So you really want to position yourself to look for opportunities to go long on the pound US dollar. Okay, unless, like, the only time that this picture will change is if you lose this level here. If this level here fails and you back up below the weekly resistance area, then that's when you're going to have to go, okay, and stand back and let the pound US dollar just kind of sort it out among themselves. Okay, and then you can look at price action once it's obvious or it's much clearer in terms of what's happening. But right now it is clear, and it's bullish. Pound US dollar, look for longs if you can find them.
Yeah.
And then the other one is gold. Well, we spoke about gold yesterday and every other day.
Smashed gold yesterday. Absolutely smashed gold yesterday.
But did you long it? Did you go long?
Yep. You see that beautiful, funny enough, that inverted head and shoulders pattern. As soon as it closed, yep, right around there, smashed it.
Oh, it's very close, yeah. Yep. Not bad. Yeah.
Funny enough, Nerio Machado, the one who the Spanish guy who we interviewed, Hola Prime, he got all the payouts. He took this trade too. He took this same trade.
Are you guys on WhatsApp or what? Are you in the same WhatsApp
Discord
group kind of thing?
No, Discord. He just sent me a message on Discord.
Same thing. Hey, Michael, take that long right now. Take it right now. Well, okay, so but you see this diagonal line, we had that third touch, and now we are we clearly broke that and that resistance area as well. But I did just mention yesterday, I'm definitely not interested in a long when it breaks that high, because of that. Okay, so I was expecting a pullback, and now we are getting that pullback. So from this point, you see now this, when you draw your Fibonacci retracement levels, and this is why Fibonacci levels falls into the discretionary department in that category, because people won't draw it from the same low.
The same
Some
lines.
people will draw it from this low here. Okay. Some people will draw it from that low. Other people will draw it from, well, you know exactly what I'm going to do now, from this low. Whoa. Which one's correct? Which one's correct?
Right.
Right. Exactly.
It's a
yeah. Yes. This is a discretionary support resistance level. So you need to just keep that in mind. And when you do look at those discretionary levels, you want to see price reversing away from either the 50 or the 61.8%, nothing smaller than the 1 hour time frame. Right? Like, especially if you identify this rally. Now, I draw it from this level here because I typically use Fibonacci levels when I do get a strong rally with this steep angle. When I see a steep angle and it's not obvious where it can pull back to. There are no pivots of support here. It's pretty much a straight steep angle. That's when I'll use Fibonacci levels. Okay, so that's why I'm using it from this level here. But if it kind of moves below the 61.8, then I'll draw that and say, well, let's see if it holds there. Because remember that the Fibonacci levels is just like, they're just levels of interest. Okay, you don't just press the button. Oh, look, it's at the 50, let me buy. No, it's all about price action. So now we form that little bullish hammer on the 50, and on the 4 hour, what does it look like on the 4 hour? Yeah, you see, this could be an entry here. It's not the greatest setup, so let's see. If it breaks it, I'll take a very small little trade. 0.001. Okay, so ideally I would like to see another 1 hour candle close and then just like a continuation, just to get that confirmation that it is moving back to the upside. We'll see if it happens in the next hour. Right, so that's the pound US dollar. Gold. The way you trade, Michael, I know you mentioned that you got this inverse head and shoulders pattern and you got that beautiful move to the upside. Did you just take a 1-to-1, or did you target this resistance area, or how did you play that?
I think it was a 1 for 1, 2. I want to say $1 for $1.25 or something like that.
Okay. And are you? I don't. Based on how you trade, I don't think this is actually lining up for anything that you typically would like to see, right?
No, not at all. Actually, gold to me is done at this point. Like, I wouldn't want to be buying into this again. But again, that's just because of the way my setup is. Yesterday was a perfect or head and shoulders pattern off the 200. So that's why I took it, and the art made sense. But right now, this isn't anything. I don't have a setup for this where it's at now.
Okay. That's how I feel, or how I have felt about Bitcoin for the longest time. I felt about Bitcoin, like we are actually now getting back to this retest level, the 107.2 something. You see that little neckline there with that higher low? There's another higher low, and then we broke out, and now we kind of retesting it. So, but again, yeah, you want to exactly the same approach, right? You want to look for some sort of double top or head and shoulders pattern, like you've identified there on gold, Michael. Something that makes sense, that everybody can recognize and go, yeah, I've read about that before somewhere, or,
right.
Something that makes sense, or an engulfing candle on nothing smaller than the 1 hour time frame. So when it goes to that level, that could potentially be a play. But if it just breaks through the or it just kind of, you get like a doji or something like that, then yeah, I wouldn't be really interested in that. I need something a little bit stronger there, because this is not the strongest of resistance levels. Okay, it's not a daily high or weekly low or anything like that. It's just a, it's not even a proper double top or any formation. It's just a lower high, and then we broke out here. So this could like pierce through to the upside. So, but the point is to pay attention to price action once you get close to these levels, and then look for the typical stuff that we always look for, and to get that confirmation that it's going to move away from it. Otherwise, you're just going to get chopped up.
Yep.
And nobody likes to get chopped up. Nobody.
It's worse. It's the worst. I don't like anything chopped. I don't even like chopped salads.
What is a chopped salad? I don't even know what a chopped salad is. Is that a good thing? I don't know.
No, it's a bad thing.
Okay, so yeah, but I mean, Paul will obviously talk more about Bitcoin. That's his department. And then the NASDAQ. Well, Michael, you just mentioned you in the US 30, so you it's pretty much they more look less. Well, not every day actually, but they usually
most of the time they look the same. But some days, like today, they look different. Like
but today was definitely
ES and US 30 look a little bit different sometimes. Like today, that NQ ran, and so did ES. It was already ran up, but US 30 was a little bit late to the party, so that's how I was able to capitalize on that just a bit.
Yeah. Well, it's pushing back up. I just want to point out for everybody watching, this diagonal line is just like I keep moving it. Okay, it was actually over here, right? I said, okay, it could potentially form or get like a lower high, but where it's trading at the moment, I'm not interested. And we did make that. It actually pierced through, and then we got that rejection candle, and I just moved it over. Okay, this is not something I trade. I'm just kind of looking at like what can potentially happen. If it does reject and come to that support level, I'll start to get. I'll be interested in price action, and then only can you call that a lower high. But when we got this rejection candle, you see that that what do you like an inverse hammer. I wasn't in, Paul. You'll remember this probably. I wasn't interested in this rejection candle because it's not coming off a key support resistance level. If I get something like this at the all-time highs, that's very, very different. But right over here, you're pretty much in the middle of nowhere. So, and that's quite important, like for any pattern, really, is if you get I always talk about the double top, double bottom, is just because most people are familiar with them. But if you find something like that, or even an engulfing candle, and you are in the middle of nowhere, then they're not as significant. They're weak. It's not a really strong setup. Okay, but if you can get that coming off a strong support or resistance level, all those patterns and so on, it has a much higher probability of actually working out in your favor, okay? Because you are at a key level. So there has to be like the way I trade anyway. It's like step one is always like, where are you right now? Okay.
Yep. Where am I?
Yeah. Once you've identified that you are sitting at your desk, then you move on to step two. Right. No, not quite like that. Look, where are you trading on the chart? Like, are you at a resistance support level? That is the key level. Step one. Then from there you go to everything you want to, like whatever you trade. Like you like to. What's fair value gaps is not something I trade. I've never played around with it. I know it's quite popular, but I'm not even sure if that's applicable when you're close to support resistance levels. Probably not. I don't know. It's not something I trade. But everything else, engulfing candles, double top, double bottom, all of that kind of stuff, okay? At key levels, then you can start to look for price to move away from those levels. But anyway, that's the reason why I wasn't interested in this at all. And this diagonal line is just, like Paul always says, it's just a line in the sand, okay? This is the white sand, and this is the line in the sand, okay? Now, obviously, it can move higher and then ultimately go to the all-time highs. Then I'll be interested. Then I'll be interested in starting to pay attention to price action. not right now. Okay, I don't know if we're going to make all highs. It certainly looks like it, right? It definitely looks like we've been consolidating for a number of days, and now it looks like we want to. Well, this inverse hammer has definitely been invalidated. Okay, because you're now trading into the shadow of, well, this bullish candle already invalidated it. So we could very well at least go to the previous highs. Yeah, but whether we're going to break higher from that or whether we're going to struggle, I mean, it's pretty much, it could be a very similar thing to, what Bitcoin's been through, all-time highs. Oh no, it's struggling. Now what, right? Are we going to get a pullback? Is it going to continue? That's the thing about when you hit a resistance level in an uptrend, they're not the same as a support level in an uptrend. You trade a support level in an uptrend, but the resistance in an uptrend, they're very tricky. You want price to just get away from that level. Just break out and come and retest it, or just pull back to a level where it makes sense where you could potentially take another or take a trade to the upside. So that's the NASDAQ. Still, I haven't been interested. Like I'm talking now specifically like intraday or swing trading on the NASDAQ. I haven't been interested in this for some time. Actually, like for a number of weeks now, even when we're down here. I just like a lot of confusion and doubt and uncertainty, if I am allowed to use those words. Like in the NASDAQ, like it was just a very much, it's been a very much a tweet driven market, breaking news kind of events, like just pushing the market in one direction or the next one. Anyway, so I'm interested in that, in the all-time highs. Once we get there, I'll start to look at price action. So that is it from me for now. Over to you, Sir Michael, please, if you don't mind.
Of course. We're looking good on this position also, which is amazing. Sweet. I'm about to point out some stuff, guys. This is about to be really good as far as market structure, right? Market structure. So let's start off with my beautiful USD CAD trade last week. I was going to start here. This is going to set the tone for this, right? So as I always draw that market structure, so I'm not going to draw it again. You guys already know it. But we're starting here, right? With this beautiful 5200 cross. Once we get that, we're always looking for the move to happen off the 200 EMA, right? And I want to show something really quick, but to do that, I need to stop sharing really quick, and then I'll pull this up. Let me see, where is this? Where is this? Here it is, right here. All right, sweet. So check this out. This is perfect, like perfect. So when I say that there's a move happening,
I can't see your screen, Michael.
Yeah,
you shared it.
Share it now. What's happening?
Oh,
okay. Here it is.
You can explain it to us. We can imagine it.
Okay. So cool. So this is USD CAD on Friday, as you can see. Now, when I say that there's going to be an M off the 200, technically it's not really an M. I'm looking for a pattern more than anything. So as you can see down at the bottom, number 2 is a pattern. So this pattern can be broken up into 3 different things. 2 of them, the half a bat and the head and shoulders, are more or less the same. The only difference is the head and shoulders has that left shoulder, right? So when I talk about the M off the 200, it's going to look like this, meaning that the first leg and the second leg are nearly identical at the same price point. It's less than 10 pips. That makes it an M. You can take the trade here, right? Once it closes below the 13 on this particular M setup. Of course, the W setup would be the opposite. It'll be inverted. But the point is, you can take this trade before it closes below this little area here, like this structure, right? The second will be this half a bat, is what I call it. So this is when the first leg and the second leg are more than 10 pips away. So it's not an M anymore. And for it to confirm, price needs to close below this little area, unlike over here. And then of course on the third one, which is basically the same thing, except it has the left shoulder. Same exact thing. Price needs to close below here. You have left shoulder, head, right shoulder, right? And price needs to close below this area, right? So this is a screenshot, a snapshot of right when I took this trade, and I was breaking this down for everybody, like right before it actually confirmed. I'm sorry, right when it confirmed. And then this is obviously the end result, right? But we got this beautiful 5,200 cross. And as I say, I'll zoom in here, right? You have the left shoulder, right shoulder, I'm sorry, head, then right shoulder, right? This area here is where we need this to close based on the diagram that I just pointed out. And the candle that does that is this one right here. I don't want to put the vertical line on it because it's going to mess up with the way it looks. But if you look at this candle right here, this closed below this area here, right? This is clearly below it. Not much, but it's below it. This signified this was ready to go. I took this trade literally right here. And this is why I have a 2-hour rule as well, because within 2 hours, you should be up big, which this one candle, I mean, literally ran right to TP. This was a nice trade, guys. All right, so this was Friday. And I just wanted to point this out to kind of build context for gold. So this is the head and shoulders pattern going short, right? And then on gold, we had the exact same thing. It was just the other way around. And this is the importance of being able to identify these high probability setups on the chart, because you can take advantage of moves just like this, right? Shoulder, head, shoulder, right? As soon as this came in, which was super funny, guys, because literally I had an alert for this setup last week, like before the market kind of went out. I actually thought I was going to try to take this over here, but this wasn't really ready. Like it just didn't look really good just yet. So I left it alone, but I still had my alert set up over here. So by the time Sunday open came in and this candle came in, Netio had asked me for the interview that we did that day. I sent it to him and he said, hey, check out gold, because y'all know that's what he trades. He said, this is going to be long. He's waiting for a pullback. I said, man, that's funny, because I was looking at this last week and my alert went off as well. So I sent him a picture of the alert that I had. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna wait for it to pull back a little bit too. And sure enough, this thing's pulled back. And I was waiting for it to pull back to this area right here, right? This would be the ideal pullback area. So I literally took this trade at 33.06, right? 33.06. Waited for it to pull back. Obviously, my stops had to go all below here. Now I took this. Actually, I'm sorry. The stops wasn't here. My stops were here. It was right below this shift candle. Now this was a little bit risky, to be totally honest, because what I should have did was put this below this area. But these were still both ideal areas, but this one was a little bit more risky than having it down here, right? So anyway, took this trade and this worked out nearly freaking perfect. Now the only mistake I made on this was this thing, I ended up going to sleep, obviously. I took the trade early on Sunday. I went to sleep and I woke up and it hit TP. What I should have did was put my take profit really far out to avoid this happening. Because as you guys can see, even though this was a 2-for-1 move, this ended up going a little bit higher. If I were up, I wouldn't have closed this until here on this particular candle. Let me move this over. When price closed below the 13, which was right here, right? So still pulled the move off. But yeah, I could have not hit TP on that and just pulled a little bit more. I literally don't like to set the TP for it to like hit it. I would much rather just set it just so I can have like at least a minimum 1-for-1. And then as it's going in my favor, I just keep pushing it back. Kind of like the opposite of what I would say trailing stops. And then I'll just close it at 355 like most of the time. I just wanted to point this out. This trade, gold, is the same exact trade as USD CAD. Just the other way around. These are the same exact trade. Same setup. For me, it's that pattern off the 200. right? So beautiful setup, guys. I've been saying this for I think 5 weeks now that to me the markets are back. Like I know we had some rangy, volatile markets with the administration and the trade war. It kind of wasn't really respecting levels. But for the past 5 weeks, including this week, will make 6 weeks actually, since gold actually happened this week. So including this week, 6 weeks in a row, we've had at least one beautiful setup, what I would call a Mona Lisa, one per week, right? So to me, that just tells me that, hey, markets are back, it's respecting levels again, and all of that fear and uncertainty are kind of leaving the market. And yeah, we should be pretty excited for the rest of the year, I say. So I'm super stoked. I'm actually smashing trades again. How they supposed to be smashed versus taking partials and then coming back and take you out at break even. I mean, been doing pretty good lately, but again,
no, I agree with you. There's been, I mean, May month has been, well, for me, it was a really, really good month. There was some beautiful moves. I'm just a little bit nervous about the NASDAQ because that's the one that gets affected most. But on gold had some beautiful moves.
Yeah.
The pound US dollar as well. Really, really nice moves. So
yeah.
But yeah, you're right. We can look forward to some.
Yes.
Hopefully, do some more great opportunities, and we're really like nice, strong trends as well. That'd be great.
Versus just wicking and taking you out at break even, like it's actually respecting these levels very well lately. So I think it's something about like a lot of those things are kind of priced in now, so it's just it's much better. Because literally January was okay. Once Trump came in, it kind of got a little funky. Right. And then when the trade war stuff, April 2nd came out, it really got funky. Right. But ever since then, like I say, the past 6 weeks, it's been pretty good. Like one solid, like I'll mark this up. Well, I have already, but I'll mark this up and put this in my archive, like, for my flashcards, to show people and just for myself, like, like this. Because I literally have over 100 of these things, guys. Like when I was first getting into my profitability stage, having flashcards and just having something to revert back to was key for me. So I always mark up beautiful setups like this and have a collection of like more than like 130 flashcards like this. So beautiful. This is beautiful again, and USD CAD is as well, right? And then, so with these two, showing this context, right now I can show you guys US 30. US 30 looks pretty much the same. There's not too much of a difference. It's just a small variation to the theme is what I would say, right? We have our 5200 cross. Now the difference is this isn't really a head and shoulders pattern. It's like kind of this ugly, funky thing here, right? But this runs up. That was the more or less the W pattern. But the fact that this came up and bounce. This is the next expected move for me, right? Market baseline is coming above. We have to reload. Market baseline went below the static. It's coming back up. Everything's pointing up. This is really nice. I'm actually in this trade, I think at 42,268. I'm already at break even on this trade too. So 42,268. Yeah, 42,268. So whoops. So yeah, literally the only thing I kind of didn't like about this is we did have that news right at 10, which kind of threw things off a little bit. But this little wick right here that I didn't like, but the pattern was still solid, and I was still I'm still on it. So yeah. Besides that, I was looking at two other ones, but I couldn't jump in front of the news. I was mentioning that earlier, so I left it alone. But look at this damn thing. Same exact pattern, guys. Same exact pattern. 5200 cross. You're looking for that structure off the 200 EMA. Right? You got your first leg. I can tell this is the first leg because we got this outside the band. Right? Then you got this funny looking thing here, but It came and retested again. This one is inside the band, so that lets me know the structure's there. And I wanted this closed above the 13, which it happened, but it happened at like, I think this happened at 9. Yeah, at 9, which news was at 10. And I won't take trades in front of news. So I had to let it go. And sure enough, this thing did exactly what I thought it would do. And the news didn't do anything. It's just nothing happened. It just kind of moseyed on up here. So I wasn't able to take this, but had news not been at 10 today, I would have smashed this trade as well. So this is freaking gorgeous. And then the same exact thing on CAD yen, guys. Same exact thing. The pattern is there. It's there. 5,200 cross. Looking for that W structure. This is more what I would call like a 12 pattern, because you got like one leg here, and then you kind of got two legs here, right? So one leg over here, two legs over here. For me, it's like a 12, like the number 12. But same thing. This move confirmed a little bit early, and we couldn't take this because of the news once again. But sure enough, this thing will almost be at TP right now. You would at least took some off already, took some partials maybe, and be at break even for sure. So kind of sucks. The news did me in a little bit today. I wasn't able to, well, I didn't miss them. I don't call them miss them because technically per my strategy, it's not a missed trade. There's no opportunity for me to enter.
You don't miss him. You saw him this morning. Yeah, look, Michael, if you don't mind, I just quickly want to take a trade. And if you're watching, if you don't just copy, I'll explain to you exactly this trade.
Yeah.
See, so this is now, we came close to the 50, but we didn't actually touch it. But there's some really nice confluence here. If you look here on the 1 hour time frame, you see that the level that I wanted to see this level broken, or was it the higher one? Oh, sorry, no, it was that one. It came back here, it retested. This is actually the neckline of that inverted head and shoulders, right? But the reason why this is not the best setup for me is because I feel like especially because it hasn't touched it. So the 50 is still technically exposed, and the 61.8. Okay, so just keep that in mind. I will tell you if it's a good setup and when it's not a good setup. I don't think this is the best setup. So I'll just take this one, and then the stop loss will be, I'll place it just slightly below the 50. Not that makes it any better, because if it goes close to that level, it can just get wicked out, right? It's just slightly below that 50. Okay, but there is confluence on this 50. You've got that neckline support, so it came pretty close. Sometimes it doesn't go to that level, as I've mentioned, but you see the Fibonacci levels all by itself is not strong enough. But again, you do have confluence. These horizontal support resistance levels. They vary. They're probably the strongest and the most reliable support resistance levels. That's coming off price action itself. So anyway, so we didn't get quite to that 50. I would have preferred to see it just go below the 50 and just maybe like really finding support there. But this is just a lower wick. So for that reason, I'm not completely out, but I'm only going to offer you 10 grand for 50% of your business.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Right. So anyway, it's just
Yeah, I mean, how do we collect residuals from these sessions? I mean, come on, where's Andre? Come on, Andre, Michael, Lola, come on, what's going on?
Right.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, Michael, over to you. But does it at least make sense? It's not ideal. That I don't like the wick thing. I would have preferred just a bit more solid candles, and then definitely finding some solid support here, and maybe moving away. But we're wicking here, so it could come lower, right? That's the only reason why I don't think it's their best opportunity in the world. All right, over to you. Sorry about that, Michael.
You are totally fine. Great trade. But yeah, I think that was. Oh, matter of fact, let me. What's the name? Then I'll go over these last two really quick. And that'll be pretty much it. But yeah, you guys do agree, right? Like USD CAD gold, that's like the same setup, right? Like you guys see that? This one too. CAD yen, EJ, it's the same exact setup. Just what I would call a slight variation to the theme. NJ as well. NJ is kind of close. Only thing I don't like about this one the most is, well, what I don't like about it at all is it's two Asia pairs. And then we have this, right? This is outside the band. And then if you look at this, this is outside the band too. I don't like that. That tells me that this is not it. There's going to be one more move to come over like this and then come up. That's the move you'd be interested in. And that'll probably happen in Asia because it's two Asia pairs. So I wouldn't be interested in taking this at all. I don't care how clean it's set up. I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't take NJ. I wouldn't take AJ. And I wouldn't take AUD NZD out of session because it never goes. It's been times where it's a Mona Lisa trade and I take it out of session and it doesn't work. So I do not take these at all. But yeah, that was pretty much it actually. Getting back to this US 30 trade. This is working out pretty good so far. No matter what, I'm gonna end up taking this off. Obviously, this is TP, but I'm gonna end up taking this off at 355 no matter what. I'm not gonna hold this into the next session. I'll take my money and run.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's about it for me, guys. Just want to really point out those the fact that one, all of these setups are nearly identical. Some of them are W's off the 200, others are head and shoulders off the 200. You know, some are short, some are long, but it's the same exact setup. Everything is there, right? Everything. As soon as the 5200 cross to the upside, you're just looking for that pattern off the 200. Same thing with USD CAD, right? Just going back the other way, right? 5200 cross here, and you're looking for that pattern off the 200, just going short. Same exact thing. It's the same thing over and over again. Seeing it is I would say the harder part, right? But once you can see it, as my mentor would say, you can't unsee it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is it for me, really. If we got any opportunities, you know what? I did want to point this out really quick because we can take this, just might. Was that GU? Yep, it was GU. So this is actually kind of close. I'm not in love with this, but the setup is still there. Right? We got the cross back here. The W structure happened. Whoops, why are they doing that? Oh, weird. The W structure were funky W structure at that. That's why it's really ugly. But this kind of pattern here, but runs up and then bounce. The next move is actually off the 50. Right. The only thing I can see that this is outside the band. That's what I don't like. That leads me to believe, which I could obviously be totally wrong, but I'm not going to risk it. This might come back again and then go. Right. Now, this is the 1 hour chart, so we probably won't be able to take this in session, but I'm not interested in them when it's outside the band like this. It needs to be the trade that I'm going to take needs to be inside the band. And if you look here, this is outside. This is going to end up not working out. So super close to setting up, but it's just not quite there. If this does go and just, takes off without me, that's not a missed trade. It just wasn't ready, and I would call that an outlier. It just happened to work. But yeah, that is it for me. I will pass this back over to you, Paul. You're up next.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of repeated kind of patterns at the moment, certainly in crypto. So I imagine the other spaces aren't free of that either. I think when we've got all of this, I just woke up this morning just to again another announcement on tariffs. So I'm just, I thought we had this all behind. It's okay. It's fine. We're all okay. But we do have some setups. Let's have a look, see if I can go through them. We'll just touch base with Bitcoin first. If I can find a bit of a mess today, chart-wise, folks, just bear with me. So this is, can you see the screen okay?
Yep.
Thank you so much. So this is Bitcoin 4-hour. Really clean look, really straightforward. 100K down here, all-time highs up here. This is essentially the range we're in. Now, we haven't really ventured much down here because, of course, as you can see, moving averages are stopping the price action for sure. And we continue to put a higher high in, following a bounce off the point of control. So we're doing okay. This is, we were thinking yesterday, it was looking like, a rollover was more likely. And obviously that can still happen, of course, because we're running into resistance. If you just draw a line on there, you can see this is the upper range and we're in this lower range. And we actually move up here. And if we move up here, then that is bullish and the market will start reacting, of course. But we need to see that first, because this would mean that the breakdown has kind of been invalidated to a degree. Obviously, until we surpass this high, we can continue to roll over. But, we don't want it to do this from here. And even though that's perfectly healthy, but we still need a little bit more structure, because if you look at this as just basic trend dynamics, obviously we're performance issue fixed now. Okay, sorry about that. Obviously it's looking like it's still come down, but if we can get up here, maybe above here, then all-time highs are in play again. But still looking okay. But this is obviously the line in the sand we need to cross. And let's just check a couple of other charts. Yeah, so we were talking yesterday about this. We wanted to see this bull trap, this bearish retest invalidated, and currently the price action is ascending above. But just to give you more, this was the level. So this is the same level which we're looking at here, right? So if we can get the price action above TP1 from this this bullish bat harmonic, then that would invalidate the kind of one big bearish signal we've kind of got at the moment, which is this bearish retest. So the next couple of days are going to be quite telling. And obviously you can look at this as a channel of sorts, which could break down. It's still not fully formed, but you can see where we could still have a move back down here to 100K. But so far we're doing okay. And I think obviously the news today has helped things a little bit with the easing of the tariffs and the pressure. But that's essentially Bitcoin. Nothing's really changed. We just need to continue on its way. Just to see if I can find you a Bitcoin dominance chart, so we can just check in with the money flow. Yeah, so we're getting a little bit of pressure off the altcoins at the moment. One of the setups I was just recording for top altcoin picks tomorrow is already halfway to profit. So we're getting a few things moving, but still we want this to roll over properly. If you look at the trend dynamics again, this is a higher high, this is potentially a higher low, so it's not looking great. I mean, in terms of macro, obviously we still need to avoid surpassing this high, so we just need it to come down. But yeah, nothing's much changed. If you're looking to enter a long trade, you could draw a line in the sand here and just say, right, when Bitcoin dominance breaks below here, that's one signal I can use to enter a long trade. Confluence with the money flow, as we call it. And that's the idea, because surpassing, of course, these previous lows means the trend is changing. So yeah, just a waiting game. I don't think it's going to be a great week, to be honest. But let's go through. Any thoughts on that, guys, before I just carry on monologuing?
No thoughts. Zero.
Yeah, he's definitely in a weird spot, right? Especially after hitting those all-time highs. I don't really see any opportunities in it just yet. So, like he just said, definitely got to let some price action play out and see what's going on.
Yeah, for sure. If you're going to think, so this is great. We've had a move today, but it's not particularly helpful for entering a long setup, because you need it to be here, right? So it is a waiting game. More structure is forming, but this is where we want to be. I'd like to see us come up here, and then if we come up here, then you've got a potential entrance for a long trade, right? That's what we're looking for, right? A new range. Yeah.
Okay, but now I do have a thought. I just got a thought. I think I have. Yeah, I have.
Is it there? Is it realized? Formed?
But if you look at, I think we went through this yesterday. Like if you draw that diagonal line, right, from because it made a lower high, right?
Yeah.
So that could be a level just to watch. Watch.
Sure. And you could say that if you see this, then that's cool, right? But
yes. Or like
much.
Yeah, like ideally you want to see that. Ideally, you do want to see a rejection of that level, but then breakthrough.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So
Yeah.
you've got your third touch. Like gold has done exactly the same thing and formed a inverse head and shoulders pattern in the process. Okay, because we had that third touch, it came down, and then it did its thing and then broke through. So that is a possible scenario. But anyway, that was my thought.
No, yeah, we're talking about. I was thinking about this after you mentioned it yesterday, and this is one of these. It's one of these things that, okay, so how helpful is this going to be to traders, right? So it's obviously going to inhibit a potential breakout, which means limiting long entrances here if they feel resistance is overhead. So it's going to be interesting to see if this does get a reaction, because obviously, if there's a third touch, maybe here, then for sure people are going to pay attention to it, right? So it's going to be interesting to see if people spot that. Legitimate level for sure, but they might just be like, no, I want all-time highs, get out of my way. They just
yeah. Look, I mean, it's not these levels. It's exactly the same when I think that that gold trade. You'll remember this, Paul. When we did get the third touch and it moved lower, I identified like 5 potential areas where you can potentially take profit. 5. So, like, which one is it going to go to? I don't know. But you look at how price action behaves at those levels that you've identified. It's no different to, any level of interest that you can identify on this chart or any other chart. So that level of, that diagonal line, is it reacting of it or is it not? Well, we don't know yet because we're not there.
Yeah, we need to.
But but it's the same with the support resistance level. How does price behave at those levels? Is it just breaking straight through it? Yeah. Is it struggling? So that diagonal line is nothing more than just in this case, it's not quite a level of interest, but yeah, let's call it a level of interest. Okay, that's all it is.
Yeah, I mean, if this, it reminds me of my kind of early days of trading, where I think the first thing I learned was kind of when lines start coming together, that's kind of where you can kind of capitalize on things. And I just remember watching the charts and thinking, right, this is great. I got all these lines converging, and the price actually just ignored it. I'm like, okay, yeah. I guess I'll learn something else then. But yeah, so it's all very contextual, I suppose. But yeah, will be interesting to see. So if the price action does stop in the middle of this range, we'll know you were right, Jannie. So that's good.
It's not about being right. It's just a level of interest. That's all. It's just a level of interest.
We're humans. It's always about being right.
Well, yeah,
we just hide it to varying degrees. I came first. Yeah. All right. Do you want to play Monopoly? Sure. That
Monopoly.
Sort of thing. Monopoly. Well, it's one of the most contentious games I've heard. That people really who don't like losing really struggle with Monopoly. Just like they need to have the money, they've got to have the hotels. It's the same thing. So, right, Dogecoin making a welcomed return to the main space. So we've got a huge double bottom, and that started in the summer of 2024. So I mean, okay, let's just call these, consolidation areas or ranges. And obviously we had this run up at the end of last year, and MEMS have been suffering a little bit. We've broken above into this range, and this is the bullish range, and this is kind of the midway point, and we're retesting it at the moment. So we have quite a few options. You can trade from here to here, or just a great option for a long-term hold, bearing in mind if this double bottom is considered real, then we've got this double bottom neckline up here, and then the measured move all the way shy of $1 for Dogecoin, that elusive dollar for Dogecoin. So if you zoom in, of course, we just zoom into the 4-hour. You just want to try and find, always does my head in, right? So we always want to try and find a nice little entrance. Now, you're always looking for confluence. So a retest coming back to form maybe a double bottom on the high time frames makes perfectly sense to me. It's quite strong resistance, and it's previously been quite strong support. So couple of touches shouldn't give us any problems at all, just to try and getting at this area. At least it's manageable, and then you've got this range to trade. Now, obviously, again, I want to underscore, you don't want to be coming in for a hard entry at support just because you think it's going to be a double bottom. So try and look for some oversold conditions, perhaps on the RSI or some momentum indicators. And ideally, you would like to see oversold conditions and some divergence as we approach this support line as well, just to ensure that we've got the buyers with us. But again, these coming at these support lines are quite good, because at least they're manageable in terms of, you've got a few areas to put your stop loss and so forth. But lots of trading opportunities for Doge at the moment. We just need to see Bitcoin.
Wait, go back. Can you just go? Sorry.
Yeah.
Can you just go back to that chart, please?
I was wondering what happened.
And explain to people, how did you identify that support level? Like, I think that would be a good exercise.
This support level.
Yeah.
This one. Yeah. Well, I did it. I started off on it when I did it today. I started off on the daily. And there we go. And you just, the number of touches we get. Now, there is a bit of ambiguity. So I think I remember having to zoom in a little bit to find the right level here. But here's the general rule, right? So when you're looking back at previous price action, you may find that the support level kind of drifts a little bit back in time. So maybe that the level was slightly more, was at a different place back here. But now the current price action is reinforcing this level exactly where it is a little bit more. So you see here, for example, there's a bounce here, right? And there's this kind of a bit of an ambiguous range here. So just the way I would do it is I look for the most recent, if there's any ambiguity, and I'm like, is it here or is it here? I look for the most recent price action. And that typically determines for me what is the most relevant level. So we're looking at this resistance area. Clearly, this line is clearly defined here, and the same here. And of course, we've already had a touch. So that's the way I kind of identified it. I know people do things differently, but if there is ambiguity and you still can't find it, then you need to set it up as a range. This, thankfully, locally there wasn't much ambiguity locally, but that's the way I would do it. Does that kind of answer your question for people?
We're getting a lot of yeses, so thanks for
that. Was there a question from a comment?
No.
No.
I just like. I just think it's good. It would be good, like, instead of just talking about a level, just give a little bit of background, like, this is where I got it from, and so on. That's all.
Yeah, it's a bit of an art, as we all know, especially when it comes to less horizontal and more kind of diagonal lines. You have to really scrutinize them, because you want to see it the same way most people see it, right? These levels, and you don't want to get that messed up, because if you're thinking, "Ooh, I'm going to come in here, I got the perfect entrance," but actually the levels here, I'm like, your stop might get hit. So you've got to be very careful. And the key is, as we said, if you're not 100% sure, identify the support range, and then you can trade it that way. But yeah, it is a bit of an art. And remember, when you look at the daily, if you can't see clearly where the level is, just zoom in, right? And this is mainly the issue with patterns, and you can see how well these levels have been kind of respected here and here, just to give you the confidence. But the idea here would be to wait for a pullback and try and come in. But again, confluence, please, people. I mean, confluence can include just Bitcoin. Yeah, so if Bitcoin is exactly where you want it to be, where Doge arrives at this support, then that's confluence. That's fine, right? Not on this chart, but that's confluence. But you need to have something. Don't just hard buy here because it's just a coin toss, right? But let me zoom out and hope there's no screams this time. Here we go. No,
go back. Hi Lola, nice to see you.
Hi Lola. Right, Floki, really straightforward. Not a very strong breakout, and the RSI has been approaching oversold, so this would be the most logical place to enter. And again, look for confluence, people, because this is there's not much going on here. You could use the I was talking about this earlier. You could use this. You could find this the start of this kind of get rid of that low volume node. And you've also got this trend line, but we do need a steeper retrace, I think. So you'll be looking for Floki to come in here, just dancing around to front run a potential breakout. But there's no point coming in here, I don't think. I think we're not going to hold, and I don't think we're going to carry up from here unless Bitcoin does something crazy. So this will be a wait and see kind of deal. for sure. And then this line obviously would invalidate it. That's Floki, not a particularly strong setup. Now this setup is Pengu. We've looked at Pengu before, and I think with this very setup, couple of options, or 3 options in fact, depending on your patience. So obviously this pattern hasn't fully formed yet or confirmed because the cup and handle, we haven't had a break above it. This is the handle, this is the cup. And the first idea would be to scale in on the 200 MA break. And that is currently in play right now, if that's within your risk tolerance. It's not mine, but it might be for you. You could obviously also break out this, by the breakout of this handle following a retest when that happens in the future, if that happens in the future. And then you've, of course, the most obvious thing is to wait for a break of the cup and handle neckline itself and then comment on the retest. That's the safest play. That's the most bullish play because it allows, obviously, because people, if the price action ends up coming up here, it's going to attract a lot of attention. Cup and handles always do, but not so much when they're here because they can very easily roll over. But there's a couple of things if you want to do some short-term trades and you're bored of waiting for the neckline. But 3 potential entrances. But again, please be cautious and use appropriate risk management and recognize that these entrances are not all created equal. This is the best. This is the second best. This is the most risky, and trade accordingly, please. FXS, another support buy, maybe helping to form a double bottom. And speaking of patterns, I was trying to find a pattern to help give us a potential bullish signal for this support buy, and it's a little bit janky, so you might want to zoom in for to get this right. But the idea might be wait for a breakout, so that's one bullish signal, and then come in at support. That would be the idea, really basic. And maybe in a couple of days, a few days time, we might get a bit more hugging from the 200 MA. Well, next week maybe, but that's the idea. And the reason why I put this pattern on, you could say, well, what's the difference between why can't we just buy support? Well, you can, but if you can find a pattern which the traders are looking for a breakout, then you can capitalize on the interest of the buyers, and there is a pattern there to trade off, and therefore there's a few options. But it would just be a range trade from here to here, but you want to get the right entrance and just wait for a test. But again, if you come to this setup and you're watching this live stream next week and FXS has already put in a double bottom, don't wait for the third touch. Don't wait for the third. It's always a little bit risky waiting for the second and helping form these patterns. But, you know, someone's going to do it, right? Someone's going to help form the patterns. So might as well be us this week. ENA, now this is weekly, people. So this is definitely a hodl, right? This is hold on for dear life sort of trade. This is a long-term trade, right? So this is just for those of you who don't do intraday, don't do midterm, short-term trades. This is just for people who are holding. So we've potentially got a weekly higher low. We've got a kind of a flattening out of this, the MACD here as well, which suggests we could have a bit of a move upwards from here. But we have 2 ranges. So the idea would be to come in, be patient, wait for a support buy at the diagonal, right? I think we're definitely going to have an opportunity over the next few weeks, given the way things are. And you could just trade it within here or come in at support just to hold it all the way up to here and then just take profits in a few months if we get that. And just to clarify, the last time we were up here was January. And then the last time we're at this support was September, just before the election. So if you feel like the market is getting going again with all of this kind of bullish news for stable coins and Bitcoin reserves and everything, then this might be a good place to come in. But please come in at support and make sure you've got a good entry, because the closest you are to the invalidation line of a trade, and this clearly is the invalidation line of this trade, the better. But that's ENA for a nice kind of a long-term hold. Uni, this is the one which is gone. So we were looking for a little pocket buy here, but people have already identified it, and we're already halfway to Christmas. So that one's off the cards. You could obviously it still could come back down here, and you can get your entrance, but it's not going to be in this pocket. So this one has got away from us. But well done if you were into Uni. Lots of setups, short setup. Anyone thinking of shorting the market? This would be it. We had a breakdown, which is bearish confirmation, and now this would be the first touch following the loss of this support level, and it's been very strong support previously as well. So you can come in for a short here at this level. Ideally, you want the RSI to be cooking like it is here. That would be ideal. But you've also got this little pocket above, which could be a nice little stop loss kind of shield if you want it, or if you're thinking of scaling in, or if you think the market's a bit bullish, you could look to come in here first and then wait for the breakdown. But yeah, so potential short setup if the market turns that way with sand, nice little pocket. And this is render, which again was going to be a short setup today, but it's already moved. And it's now in the golden zone. So it's switched to a long. And again, this kind of double bottom formation is the idea of this trade, which is pretty risky, even though it's don't look at the 618 and think, oh, it's fine, it's not going to break. Why do you think the 786 exists, right? Maths, people, right? So be very cautious. And again, think about what do you want to see. I want to see
786. Do you place trades of the 70? I never. For me, if it fails at the 61.8, to me it's dead. Then I'm targeting the lows.
In classic stock market terms, the 786 is the last call, brother. Right? It's the classic card in the back pocket. You know, it is. But yes, I mean, I don't know quite what to say to that. I mean, it's fair. You're right. If you lose the 618, I mean, you're losing the golden zone, and therefore the 618 turns into resistance. So, but nonetheless,
it's just no. I was just asking whether you. I mean, is that a regular thing, or not regular thing? Have you often taken trades off that level, that 786?
No, no. If I'm scaling in, yeah, and only if I'm kind of looking at the setup, which has kind of already come through. This is what the conversation we're having about fib levels, right? And you know, where do you put them? You can put them here, you can put them there. But I do believe that, you know, not all are created equal, of course, because you know you can fib anything ultimately. But you know what's going to, you know, if you put it in the wrong place, it's not going to respect it, right? So it's very important to assess the relevancy of using fib levels. But no, I mean, look, I'm not a stock trader, of course, but I do know in basic theory that the 786 is kind of the last line in the sand. But in crypto, it's using those kind of those techniques are a little bit antiquated, to be fair. But yeah, I mean, anyone in the comments still have an affection for the 786? Let's have a chat.
It's just that the 61.8 does have some strong confluence as well, right?
But I'll do a poll on the Discord. What's your favorite fib level?
Right.
I love the 50. I love the 50. No, I like the 60 or between the 50 and the 61.8. If it can like struggle there and turn around, that's great.
Yeah.
But below the 61.8 for me is like, yeah, it's dead. And then I'll probably be. I think it will be interesting to see. I don't know what the stats are because I never look at the 786, but. Once it gets to that level, is it more likely to reverse from that level or just go to the zero line?
Well, I think it depends on the market, right? If you look at maybe traditional, you know, as you do stocks, then maybe have a look and see how it is. But I agree with you completely. Obviously, the reason why this trade is in play is because the 618 is a kind of the invalidation line of sorts. But again, so don't just use say it's the 618 and then don't look for additional confluence, right? You're trying to form a double bottom, that's fine. Let's play that game. But ideally, a bit of divergence, and again, just some oversold conditions can be very helpful in order to facilitate this trade. But if it does go lower, of course, you know, you could test this theory for us and come in at 786. And if you get wrecked, you can tell me off. That's what I mean, it's like the whole 272 was a 23. I can't remember the names. The 272 236 debate or whatever it is. You know, one is a mirror of the 786. The other is the right fib level. I don't know. I get confused, but you know, this everyone has their own kind of play with fibs, and we all use them differently. But
yeah, but you're right. It does depend on the setup as well. So. For example, Paul, you'll remember this one. It's like the pound US dollar breaking out of that range we've been in for so long, and then we broke out and we looked for potential levels of interest. So we used the FIB levels, and the 50 was in that particular case the level of interest. The 61.8 was too low because then you were actually back in the range.
Yeah,
right. So it's not just about the FIB levels. What happens. Yeah, it's the context. Like, where exactly are you on the chart, and what's your bias, and all of that kind of stuff. But interestingly enough, that trade that you're saying you're waiting for a double bottom or divergence, this is the 6 hour time frame, right?
4 hours.
The 4 hour. Yeah. So for me, we already got that. So this is just, you know,
Yeah.
we
mean-
just don't trade. We just don't trade the same. Now, you know, obviously that means I can. Well, I'm obviously not trading this, but coming off the 61.8 for me, we did get that bounce off, and you did get that retracement, and it did break the neckline.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, look, this is good that it's come above here, because that again allows this support to function. But going back to what you were saying, I think so. If this is the move, we've done the fibs off right now. If this level, right, is like long-term support, and this was a bear trap following entering negative price discovery, but this is actually long-term support, then the 786 is going to have more probability that it's going to be visited than the 618. So there are obviously circumstances which will change for sure, and that would obviously be quite a confusing thing for fibs to kind of figure out. You know, this kind of, you know, having the bottom of a move, you know, in negative price discovery, that is really going to mess with things a little bit. So yeah, but I think about the time frame thing, I'm not saying that intraday stuff you can't do with crypto, but the edge is Bitcoin dominance, the money flow, and Bitcoin, and whatever chart you're looking at, all coming into space, right? And just, it's one of those things that if they're moving too quickly, it's just too difficult to get your head around, right? You need them to be moving like this so you can see when they line up and then enter. And the more intermediate timeframes tend to be more helpful for that. At least that's my perspective. There are lots of people which intraday crypto and scalp it, and they're very successful. So I'm not suggesting otherwise, but my edge is based on the ability to see these moving parts. And if they're going too quickly, it's kind of trying to figure out in what direction a fidget spinner's spinning in. And I'm just like, how am I supposed to do that?
Like which next ball, you know, in the lottery, you know, when those balls are spinning.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
What number's coming next? Like it could be anyone. Could be any one of them.
I've been talking enough.
Yeah.
There's a few setups. There'll be a video out on these, and I'll probably be more concise in that video tomorrow. But yeah, safe trading, and of course, just make sure you're paying attention to Bitcoin in these perilous times.
Yes.
Yeah, and we don't have a gambling hotline number.
My bad, Paul. Did you run over XRP?
I haven't. Do you want to run over it?
I did.
I would love to, actually.
Not me asking this time. Yeah.
You know what, Michael? Let's look at XRP.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Let's look at XRP.
Okay.
Let's look at XRP.
That's one of the main alerts that goes off of my Coinbase. Like, oh, XRP's up in the last hour or whatever its percentage. I'm like, man, should I get some more of this? I'm like, what?
No, it's just a bit of a running joke with XRP, which is fine. Because let's have a look. What's the latest chart I've got? May 23rd. Let's see if we've got anything here. It's probably going to be oh crikey! Right, whoa. Where are we? Oh, we're definitely not there. Oh my god, what's happening?
Okay.
Is that the 1 minute chart?
No, it's the 12 hour. That's history. It's a very old chart. I don't know. This is obviously trades from last year. You know, congratulations for that. Right, so it's just, yeah, I tell you already, it's just ambiguity time.
Yeah, right. It looks like it.
It's just ranging. Let me do this quickly because it's the same sort of story. You know, we have a long setup 1 week, a short setup the other week. Being a bit confusing. Let's just try and find the range we're trading in. There it is. This is the range we're trading in. So here's the range. We're at the bottom of it. So there is a potential long opportunity here, right? I think so. Again, it's that double bottom formation following this rundown, this markdown. So yeah, right. XRP, we're doing fine. We're holding our own, but bottom of this range, obviously basic trade, but look for confluence. I think, yeah, I mean, it's pretty strong. Let's just see what the order blocks are thinking. If anyone's paying attention, going, ooh, XRP, well, that's quite bearish. I don't think anyone seriously.
No order.
Who's that? Right,
they disagree. There's no support level there.
Yeah. So yeah, come in here. This is a nice range. Trade the range for sure, but just be mindful that you do a little bit of work. I mean, the trend. I was going to say is the trend weakening. This is a higher high compared to that. So no. So you might be okay here coming in the double bottom. It hasn't quite hit the bottom either. So yeah, XRP. It's just a waiting game, really. It's looking okay though. Looking all right. Nice recovery from this. So, yeah. Cool. Thanks, Michael.
Sweet, appreciate you.
That's great. Michael, it says here, Michael targets pound pairs. Okay, sorry, I've got to wait for the whole thing to play. That real thing.
I actually did go
there we
over
go.
the-
Paul
Yeah.
goes all in on crypto. Michael targets the pound US. No, just the pound. And you that's
Yeah, let
exactly
me,
what you did. Right?
I'll run over those really
Do you
quick.
like? Sorry, Michael. Do you trade like any weird pound pairs, like the pound New Zealand dollar, or like
I do
the
actually.
pound?
I would trade
do?
that here. Yep, I would trade GBP NZD. Yep, I actually like GN. I like it.
Don't you
I
find
like
the
that they
spread?
move.
Oh, okay, there's probably not a problem on the 1 hour.
Yeah, yeah.
spread
So
is a
the
bit
spread
big.
it's a little bit higher. Sometimes I've seen it at like 3-4 pips, and then around session changeover, like the range can get pretty wide. So I definitely wouldn't swing this pair. You mess around and gets gapped out or something, but I genuinely like GN. I've had some nice clean setups. Overall, I'm doing pretty good on this pair. Like I say,
Do you know what I like? The worst thing is when you are hitting your take profit, or wherever you've placed your take profit, price is clearly moving past your take profit, and it's not closing because of the damn spread. Like, those are the worst ones.
Yeah. So I'll put like even now it's four pips on here. Like that's not little. I mean, it's little, but you know, you look at euro and it's point, you know, damn near nothing. You know, if you go to G, if you go to GU,
it's only 40 times bigger. It's only 40 times bigger.
It's huge comparing, yeah. And then if you going on heavy, right? Like you got to, let's say 2 full lots or whatever the case may be, you're going to be down immediately a decent amount, like immediately.
Yeah. So
but yeah, for me, I didn't really go over GBP or I didn't go over GU or GJ today, so I'll go over them really quick. Kind of the same story, honestly, guys. I'm really not interested in this too much. I mentioned this earlier today. As far as the cycle, it is here though, right? So we got this funny move over here or crossed over there. Then next we do have this funky semi pattern off the 200. Not really that pretty, but the next move would be the bounce, right? Like this is actually really close to setting up, but kind of ugly for me. So I wouldn't take this. But as I mentioned earlier, the main thing is if you look at this T-dot, the fact that this is outside the band like this, that is what I mainly don't like, right? This would have to come back in and then be inside the band for me to take it like this. It would need to look something like that. And then on the chart here, right, this would end up needing to basically come down and do the same thing. Like, let me see this, retest this area, and then close back up here. Then I'll be interested in taking this, right? But before this, not so much. And to be honest, I'm not a fan of taking what I would call level 3 trades. I only like level 1 and level 2, as you guys see. This is already really high. Like, I'm almost expecting this to come back and challenge these highs. I don't like it when it's like that. I want it to be fresh off. Whoops. I want it to be fresh off its move on the lower side. I don't want to be trying to take a trade all the way up here and hoping it takes out the highs like this. I would really only do that with maybe something like gold or Bitcoin, because clearly everybody likes to buy those. I can see that hitting all-time highs consistently. That makes sense. But something like this, I'm not really a fan of this. Like, even if this was to set up and I did magically take it, I would not put my full position on here. I just wouldn't. I would put maybe half of it on there because I just don't really fully trust this. I don't like level 3 trades. My data has told me that I lose a lot of my trades in this exact level. So I tend to stay away from it. But again, the pair, it is there. Just know that it's slightly riskier because you're hoping it's going to take this out, which again, it could totally do. Just know that if it does it, again, I may or may not take it, and if I do, I'm not putting my full position on this like at all. So that'll be GU, and then GJ. GJ is really interesting because it just has this little funky. You gotta keep this up to the higher time frame just to even see this. Yeah, this is pretty ugly to me. So we got this fresh cross 5200 cross here. All right. The next thing I would be looking for would be that M structure. Right. So structure off this 200 going back short. But if you look at this, and also I would need the market baseline to go back above the static for the reload. You can see already that this is creating this outside structure because the RSI line is outside of the band on the TDI. But the main thing I don't like about this is if I was to short this move, right? Let's say I did something like this, right? This is just funny because we have this 800 EMA right here. Now, granted, this does say that you're risking $1 to make $1.21. So technically the R to R does make sense. This is just really funky. Like it's a really funky move. The R, these two EMAs look like they're actually about to try to cross back to the other side. By the time this second leg comes in, these will be then cross to the upside. The whole thing would just look really funny. So GU over GJ. And as I just mentioned, I'm not really a fan of GU. But GJ is just kind of all over the place. This looks a little funky.
GJ rocks the party. But what's your, like, you don't really have like a longer term view on the pound yen, do you? Or because I know you focus on, you have a very specific setup. I'm not sure if you look at longer time.
So we could do the same exact thing. I can kick this up to the higher time frame, right? So let's look into the daily. All right. So yeah, this looks really funny, like really funny. So I'll just kick this back down to this one. I could see maybe we got this 5200 cross. This area doesn't count because the market baseline is still above the static. So the W structure that we will be looking for will be something like this, right? This can close, like, right? This will close in the next 37 minutes. I wouldn't take that though, not there. What I would do is wait for a pullback, right? So you could wait for the pullback to come right where this ADR high is, right? So you could take this, maybe do something like this, stops to go below this 200 EMA, and then you can target this high over here, right? But that's risking $1 to make $1.35. But you would definitely want to wait for the pullback, because if you don't, now you're risking $1 to make 82 cents, and that's not right, right? You're backwards. So you want it to pull back slightly, so around this area. So maybe say price point, what is this? 194.20, somewhere around there. Yeah, get it to pull back to 194.20 and then go long. Targeting highs about 196.35, somewhere around there. Outside of that, though, like any higher or longer than that, it's kind of getting a little questionable. Yeah, because this is already really high. Like this weekly shows nothing really. You're kind of hoping for a bounce off this. It's not enough context for me. Neither is the daily. It's not enough context either. Yeah. So 4 hour for me is probably as close or high up as I would go to get a longer term view. But yeah, definitely want to wait for it to pull back to 194.20 and then go long. If you were looking to take something like this, I would be interested in maybe that, like maybe. But again, I don't hold trade. I'm not a swing trader, so I wouldn't be taking this.
Yeah,
because you'll be holding on to this for a minute. This would be hours. Like for this to get all the way up to the high, this might you might hit TP on Thursday. Like you'd be holding this thing for freaking 2 days. I'm straight on that.
Well, it's like the longer time frames are great for people who just they can't get to the charts very often.
Yeah.
Full-time job and all that kind of stuff. So then that it makes sense for them to be in a trade that that's over a couple of days instead of.
I totally agree with that. So yeah, with that in mind, can't really get to the charts, yeah, this would be a great entry around here. But again, you can't take it when it closed in 40 minutes because that's not going to do it. You got to wait for the pullback, which for the most part, it will pull back anyway. If you look at it, we got this 80-yard high here. We got this same area pretty much over here, right? Somewhere close to it. So somewhere around there. Just don't take it right away. Wait for the pullback.
Yeah.
And again, the art of art got to make sense.
But it's this is such a good example of, and every single trader's been through that, especially in the beginning. When you see it's moving like that, you just want to jump in, right?
Yep.
You feel like this thing is taking off without me.
Yep.
And then you jump in, and the moment you get
in,
it reverses.
Yep.
It reverses.
Yep. In those cases, like literally, I swear that happens 95% of the time, right? So I'm like, eventually you learn, like, you might as well just wait because you think the train's going to leave without you, and it's probably not, right? Like, they gotta, and I can't say gotta, but they, in essence, you know, they want to close high and they want to trick people, right? Like, it's all about manipulation. So they want to pull back to make you think, oh, it's short. That's a big candle. It's the top. Let me go short. And you try to short this from the top, and in reality, you know, it gets down here and you're like, oh yeah, I'm in the money, I'm good. But yeah, they just pulling back. That's really all it is.
I wonder, like, imagine charts like were not like, it didn't go up and down. It went left and right.
Yeah, that
right.
Was,
So imagine if you if you had to like index that chart 90 degrees.
Right.
And then that's how we were reading charts. It goes from left to right. I wonder if that would have had some sort of psychological, if that would have been different psychologically.
Yeah.
Or it's going up
or it's going left and right.
It's going left and right.
Right.
Yeah. That would be interesting.
Yeah. I'm gonna put my laptop like that, and then I'll tell you. No, I'm just thinking, like, it'd be interesting.
Yep, I am going to go ahead and leave this alone. So what I did in this particular example is I moved my stops up, right? So now my stop loss here is, so I moved it all the way up to 42,340. Right, which is all the way up here, right? If you come back all the way down here after this ship candle, you can have this. I would gladly take my little profit from, you know, here to there and let that be it. But this is me trailing my stop, just pushing it further into profit, just in case. I don't want to close it. It's still really early. Maybe if it was later in the day, I probably would, but it's still pretty early. But no matter what, I'm gonna close this at 355. Yeah,
that's a nice trade.
Come all the way back. Yeah, this is freaking gorgeous. Look at the degree of the angle. This is going straight up nearly.
Yeah.
So yeah, especially in examples like this, I really don't want to close it too early. But yeah, that is pretty much it for me. Oh, I guess it's about time anyway.
Yeah. So I'm just. We'll see. Yeah. Anyway, I can't tell that joke. So, do you know Theo Von? He's a comedian. No.
Who?
Theo Von.
Nah.
Okay. But anyway, let me just leave it there.
Well, don't tease us like that. What was that?
No, yeah. It's like no. He had this stand-up where he made the joke. He goes, "My brother got bitten by a gay guy, so." We'll see.
What?
I wasn't aware that you could bite somebody and they would.
That's the joke. That's exactly the joke. Anyway, I thought it was funny. I'll just give you a quick update. I'll just give you an update here on the gold trade that I took. It's not really doing much. I didn't expect much, but. I don't really like it, but you know, yeah, it's just it close bullish. The new one open higher, but Yeah, it's not the greatest setup. It's simply the reason for that is, first of all, this is like a one of those discretionary levels, and it missed the 50. It didn't quite touch the 50 or even that support level. So it just it's not great. Hopefully nobody took it. Yeah, this is not a signal service. We're trying to teach how we look at things.
Welcome to the live stream, everybody. Just all the setups we talked about last week. I hope you didn't take them. What are we doing?
Yeah, I mean that's the challenge of placing or trades in during the live session. I don't really like it because you don't know when they're going to pitch up. They can be in the morning, in the afternoon. It's not necessarily going to happen during the session. So, yeah. But there you go, guys. Our time has come to an end, sadly. Michael and Paul, it was great to see you guys again.
As always,
Lola and everybody else watching, Andre. Have a great evening. The next session starts in half an hour from now. Cheers.
All right, guys. Take it easy. Jannie, Paul, catch you next week.
See you, Michael. Thank you.
All right now.
Hello, Howard. How are you?
Hey, I'm great, Sam. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. We'll just wait for Aymane real quick, and then we can get the show on the road. How was your trading day?
Yeah, a little bit kind of two-way today, I'd say. I did quite well in the morning, and some good exits on some trades I held overnight. But I got a little bit chopped up during the day because I think we had I had a couple of trades on euro yen that literally buy high, sell low, sell low, buy high kind of thing.
Right.
And
Nice.
Usually they follow through quite well, but today was one of those days. So hey,
Yeah,
Eamon,
I feel you.
Hello, hello,
Aymane.
hello.
how you doing?
I'm good, Coach Howard. Sam, how are you doing? How was your trading day?
Very good, very good. Trading day was well, quite boring actually.
Yeah.
Couldn't even enter a single trade. I didn't have much time because I was doing podcasts earlier, and the time it just kept going. There was no pullback, nothing into any good areas, so nothing.
Yeah.
But hopefully during the session there might be a scalp or two I could take. How about you? Oh, Robert says good morning. Hello, Robert. Good to see
Robert.
Yeah, it was good. I took, I think, 2 trades just to go with the momentum. We had news at 10 a.m. as expected. It was a little bit trending, so waits for a little pullback, and then I bought the continuation and then bought again. It was a good day, chill. We have
Very good.
when we have NFP week, there is a lot of actions. There is a lot of action, a lot of movement. So yeah. Good start for the week.
Oh, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. But yeah, I mean, for me, I'm hoping you bought, not sold this.
No, I bought. Yeah.
Good.
I bought.
Yeah.
Crazy market.
Yeah, I actually made some money on the NASDAQ holding it long overnight. So
Oh, beautiful.
I managed to get a little piece of it anyway. So it kind of compensated for a little bit for the choppy on the euro yen, but c'est la vie.
Very good. I think there might actually be a trade right this second.
Go for it.
I just had a look. I was like, oh, wait a second. Wait a second. This is going to be the one I'm going to buy into it, and then this is going to be where it reverses. That's the reality of these things. Thing is, I haven't got enough time. So there's a tiny gap that was just created, and we're just touching it now. I just want to see on the delta if there's anything I need to look out for. I don't like that massive push up there, but oh, come on, go back. Don't pull away yet. I haven't even. I think I've missed it. That's the gap right there, and we just touched into it now. But it looks like we've pulled back. But to be fair, I mean, even if I got into that back to the high, it's only 18 points. The spread itself, it wouldn't even. I mean, the spread is 4 or 5 points, and then plus the commission, it probably wouldn't even take profit. It wouldn't even be worth the risk. So no, sadly, I don't think that's a trade worth taking just because of the risk. But yeah, let me put this back to 15. I can see. Sorry, go on, Aymane.
No, I don't want to disrupt. I want just to ask, like, if you traded today, what is the potential opportunity maybe that you could take? But you can focus now first
none.
on the execution.
No, I'm not going to take it. Price has already pushed away from the gap. I really should have entered the moment it touched it, but there just wasn't enough time. I didn't get enough time. That's the candle that touched it. I just didn't get enough time to analyze before it moved away. And even if I did, because of I would target the high again, the last high. That's only 18 points. If you factor in exactly. If you factor in the spread, so even if I got the perfect entry, my entry would have probably been, 5 or so points for the spread. So my entry would be about there. The risk reward would be well into. It's pointless. Do you know what I mean? My stop would have to be like there. And then, yeah, it'll be the risk reward would be 0.44. So although it technically almost would be at the take profit now if I did enter, it's not a trade worth taking. And it would have hit the take profit now, but so it would have been a really small scalp from here to back to the top, which it just hit now. But the profit would be next to nothing because the spread would have eaten most of it. It's just not moving enough. There's not enough range. But going back to what you said earlier, was there opportunity? No. From what I could tell, like, for example, there's a gap here. Obviously, that was created here as it moved up. This gap didn't exist beforehand because, well, price wasn't there, so it couldn't have created it. So it only got created around here, but it never actually came back to touch it. You can see, look, price just kept going. If it pulled back into it, then absolutely there would be a trade.
Even this lower time frame, sorry.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe, but no, just
No.
pulled right away, never came back.
Maybe if you checked NQ, maybe it came back.
I feel today would be one of those days where NQ would probably give you a much better.
Yeah.
MQ had it. There you go. Created the gap, and when it broke through, NQ beautifully came back, touched it, and you could have traded it up again. So yeah, with NQ there was a trade, but ES it just kept going. NQ feels like it had more. What do you call it? Gave you more opportunity. It kind of came back a few more times. There was a bit more retracements. If you look at the 5-minute NQ chart and then compare it to the ES is just all green pretty much. Only
it's funny.
Market opened.
It's funny how it does that. It's a bit more choppy, isn't it, than the ES?
Yeah.
And today ES was more, let's say, comfortable for the holders who bought at the low. There is no retracement. Was clean. You can go follow your stop loss at the low of the candle, each 15-minute candle, and you will be still in. But NQ we saw good retracements, good pullback for potential entry for the continuation.
Absolutely. I mean, there was technically trades really early in the morning, 7 a.m. my time. So pre-market there was, but obviously no. Well, I'm sure people do trade pre-market, but I don't. But after US Open, there was literally nothing. If I just go to the replay, go to where the US Open was, and look at the volume profile, there was a gap there, never came to it. In fact, let me draw out that gap. There might have actually been, who knows? But I don't think it ever came back down to here. Yeah, it just shot off, never came back. And then, yeah. Sadly, there was, I mean, it did pull back a few times, but it didn't pull back into anything I would have like to hit any of my entry requirements. So there was no trade for ES, but it's all right. It's a nice chill day. Don't have to worry. Tomorrow it'll be give you more opportunity. That's just part of the game. Sometimes these days happen. They're rare.
Just gotta let it go. Let it go.
Yeah. And you can't really have like in hindsight, yeah, you know, if I just entered anywhere for a buy, it would be fine. But if you play that kind of strategy, that works maybe once every 2 months, because on most days, I mean,
buying into a correction. You know, yeah, you're buying into before a correction kind of thing. Yeah?
Exactly. You know, like imagine it was here, and you're like, oh, it's just going to do that. You buy, and then this happens. You know what I mean? That's more typical. So it's one of those odd days where you just had no pullback. Very odd, but it's fine by me. Tomorrow will be a good day, but I'll keep checking the charts. If anyone wants to show what they, why am I so zoomed in? Okay, the camera's done this again. I do apologize. There we go. All right. But yeah, if anyone wants to display their charts, by all means, take control.
Let me do it. Let's Let's have a go there. Present. Okay.
Robert said he took a loss on one account. I don't like that amount, so I'm lowering the daily risk management for that. But I did make very little on my scalp account, so I just have to truck along. Very good, Robert. Very good. You're starting to think like a trader. Very good.
Yeah, my NASDAQ overnight, but basically it was just on the premise that we had it's based off of the dailies really, the daily bull hammer here, and then we had a kind of a retest kind of pullback yesterday, and then away it went, and I just literally went long as we were going through the high. So I was looking for kind of like this kind of follow through. Got out, I think probably about 150 points below. So, c'est la vie. Yeah, but it looks pretty positive, and that kind of gave me a little bit of grief on the yen crosses, because as I say, I was euro yen was my kind of comedy of errors today. I managed to get in, I think, just as the market was breaking down. That was it. I managed to sort of go short as the market was breaking down, and literally normally this kind of thing would follow through, but I think because the stock market was so strong, the yen crosses basically held up and started to go higher. So it was a little bit one of those kind of swings and roundabout type things on the currencies. Let me just share a second. I will just show you my systematic stuff, which I've been quite busy on the last, where are we now? That's one on that. Okay. Oh yeah, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this was one of the pieces of good news today. Euro dollar, I went long yesterday on this buy signal, took partial profits there, and then nailed the high of the day with the second second one. That was nice.
That
so
was,
it was sitting there from last night, and it was like, oh, it hasn't made it. But fortunately in Asia, it did it, and I came in. It was like, okay, you've been filled at the top, which was quite nice. And then the trading stop kicked in and took me out, and obviously it continued down. So that was good. That was
really nice.
That was nice today. Dollar yen, I came very close, but no cigar on that one. I was a similar kind of trade. I was short yesterday from this breakout here. So short, hit the first target. The second target was just that little bit lower. I think I missed it by a fraction, but obviously I got the euro dollar one, but I didn't get the dollar yen one. And then this trading stop kicked in later on today. So a bit disappointing. I didn't quite get the low on that one. It's just one of those things. But yeah, fortunately the trading stop comes in, and it's funny because at the time the trading stop kicks in, you think, oh, it's taken me out of a good trade, but it's there for a reason. So when the trading stop gets hit, usually it means the market is going in the opposite direction. And some would even argue that you should even put a stop and reverse there, which is something I'm kind of looking into. But invariably, it's just good just to cut the thing out and then wait for the next trade kind of thing. So that was dollar yen, and that's euro dollar. And so euro yen was the one I got chopped up with today. So as I say, I took a long position early in the session, and then stopped myself out, went short, and then got taken out on the trading stop. So basically, I got chopped up here. But it happens sometimes, it does happen. But as I say, the good news, I guess, that was related to the stock market going higher. So I was long NASDAQ overnight, so I managed to recoup some of that loss anyway. So it wasn't all bad, should we say? So now I'm flat really. I'm waiting for the next trade. I don't think anything's going to happen tonight on the systems. And I think the next opportunity really will come tomorrow, really, to be fair.
Yeah. I got to say, I'm going to give a round of applause for that exit on euro dollar. That was...
Yeah.
It's nice. It's nice when you get it, but it was unfortunate with the dollar yen because it was in the same spot, but it might have just been the spread or something. It was literally a fraction. But You know, I guess if I was sitting there watching it, I might have grabbed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, override the system kind of thing.
But no, really good stuff. Really good stuff. Awesome. I'm in fact, I'm going to write down the timestamp because I think that should be made into a short, that exit, into a little reel, a YouTube reel.
That's what we want.
That's awesome. 4-hour mark. Cool. Aymane, go on. Bless us with the NQ trades that you took.
Yep.
I will admit, today NQ was better. NQ was the superior instrument today. I'll give you that today.
Oh, are we doing this kind of ESNQ thing?
Yeah.
Always, Coach Howard, always. So actually today, let me just start with the calendar. So we had at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we had US jobs opening and we had US factory order. So red folder news, you can see that there was a little bit difference between the forecast and the actual. So I was expecting, let's say, a good movement. To be honest, I was more bearish than bullish today. But I had why I was bearish, simply because we were in this 1 hour supply here. You can see we took this previous candle high, close here, took the previous candle high, close red, continuation. So I was more waiting, let's say, to short the market. But I was waiting for more for the news, let's say, to to pass. So we had the news around here. So in this candle here, we had the news. Actually, I jumped for a buy, basically for the continuation. First, you can see here on the 15-minute, like we are having, like, for example, this candle here took the previous candle low, close green, starts pushing up. Here, this demand, small demand here, took the previous candle low, close green, continuation, was tested and respected. Here was actually a good buy to buy first, but because we had the news later in the session at 10 a.m., I want just to wait a little bit and don't rush. So I knew I was a little bit, let's say, 50-50 on the direction, but after the news, just I want to trade the continuation, just because I have always this belief that if we have a red folder news, let's say pre-market or even during the session, and there is difference between forecast and actual, so most of the time, like, don't go against the trend for the day, just trade with the trend, let's say. So that was the main thing. Yes, we were in a supply, but we were trending from London very strong, and I trade the continuation. So based on the trade, we had this zone right here. You can see this 5-minute candle took this previous. Let me show it. You can see this candle. It took the previous candle low, close green, start to push up. So actually, I bought the first buy before, and I close it sooner. Oh, this all move. The NASDAQ did all this move. Sorry, where is it? Yeah, here. So I bought first, like somewhere here. Like we had this big candle and the momentum continued to push. The moment we start, let's say, to push a little bit up, I bought, and I enter again. I'm not sure where is it. I remember I exit somewhere here. I will show the footprint why I exit. I think I exit after this candle here because this red candle took the previous high, close red, and here we got an absorption. I will show you in few minutes, and I re-enter. Yeah, and I re-enter here after we touch here, and I took another another trade. So let's show just why I exit here. So I exit on this candle here. Let's show on the footprint just to get an idea why. So it was, where is it? Yeah, here. which was this candle here. So we had this big cluster here, 163. So I didn't want to stay in a trade. I just want to secure. It was the first trade, so I want to secure profits. It's Tuesday. No rush. So I secure. I bought somewhere here and I exit here just based on this big cluster, and this next candle start to push strong. And yeah, it was a retracement, and I jumped again here after this big cluster because I had the idea of the day. Let's say we are trending, so I bought again somewhere. I think somewhere here, and took profits at the high. So it was a good day. Really nice trending day. There was a lot of continuations, a lot of opportunities to trade the continuation. So starting from here, we had big cluster continuation. Same thing here at the top. Big cluster. The stop loss lower. Trade the continuation. We had here also big clusters. Stop loss maybe below this 150 continuation. So actually, when there is a news, red folder news during the day, and there is big difference. Let's say not big, but there is difference between the actual result and the expectation. So most of the time, the market is trending. So even though let's say I have my zones, let's say supply above, but it's trending strong, I prefer not to, let's say, to go against the trend when we had before red folder news. Just we had this a lot of times. If I can give another example, for example, here I think we had, okay, let's take this example. The Thursday we had, I think, the initial jobless claims, and this is also one thing I want to mention is like the behavior of the price. Like the behavior of the price, there is difference between prices trending with good retracements like this, and there is difference between prices just pushing strong down, small retracement, push strong down, small retracement, push strong down. So for example, when we have news, even though I had my demand here, for example, in this day, but look at the price, the behavior of the price, just small retracement, big push down, small retracement, big push down. And this happened a lot when we had red folder news before, let's say, before the session or during the session. So yeah, good start for the week. We had, actually I took, in the morning in my Hola Prime account, I took a GBP USD sell. Let me show it, but I add to it and then it stopped me out. Here also I took it on paper trading. So I sold from, I think, somewhere here. Yeah. I think, yeah, I think somewhere here, yeah. I sold somewhere here and then it went, but I was targeting the lows. Let me just explain why I enter short, why I believe there is a high chances we will take those lows. So first we are in a supply zone. I think it's a monthly. Let me make sure. Yeah, it's a monthly supply zone. So this is GBP USD 6B. So we are in this monthly supply zone, took the previous candle high, closed red, continuation. And what I saw is I had this big push. We got this candle here, took the previous high, closed red, continue down, again big push. So I'm expecting at least, let's say, coming back to those lows here. So I short the markets somewhere here, and I short again today, and then it stopped me out. Shorted somewhere here based on this 1 hour candle, took the previous candle high, closed red, continuation, short again here, but it took my second position out, and I think first position I was at break even. But I still believe there is a high chance that maybe we will take out those lows, but we will see. It's a strong trend up, so we could get similar pattern that we got here. You can see, for example, right here, you can see we got the first push to the resistance, second push, and then we came back, took those lows before going higher. So we could see similar pattern to take those lows first before continuing higher or continuing lower from here. So yeah, that was a good trade. Even it was stopped out, but it was good. So for tomorrow, we have a lot of red folder news, so it will be packed again. We have Trump speaking early, like later tonight, maybe 5 no more. I think 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Eastern time. You can see it here. So for offer request deadline, I don't know exactly what it means. I don't know if it's related to tariff, but it seems to, because you can see here it's Trump speaking and it's in red. So maybe it's related to deadline of tariff. We will see. And we have tomorrow also this US S&P service PMI at 9:45 Eastern time. We have at 10 a.m. Eastern time also. So it's packed. If you are watching the live, please check your calendar, trade safe. If you don't find any opportunities, stay cash. It's always better to finish the day with zero than the negative. Zero, it's a positive. So yeah.
Absolutely. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Well, I'm glad. You both got some good trades in. Hopefully in this session, there will be some trades. I'm having had a look through all the different currency pairs. I can't see anything at the moment. But I potentially see something on gold. So yeah, I could see something happening in gold. That would be, I'll be honest, I'm scared of gold, but I will brace it for this live
Short?
session. No, buy. Go long. Buy gold. Because in fact, let me pull up and I'll give you my reasoning, my thought process behind it.
So you cheat on ES, okay.
Hey, if it's not delivering, I have to I have to do other stuff. But okay, so gold had this kind of push down, and we had, now if you just look at this candle, right, the last where the low is, it looks quite aggressive. So if you look on the footprint itself, so this is the footprint for gold, what I want to see are trap traders. You can just see where that happened. Look at all that volume on the sell side just kind of built up at the bottom. So I think the low of the day has been locked in, essentially, right? You can see how it doesn't look that prevalent now, but when you zoom out, you can see how the bars are bigger, right? And you can see the delta percent is all the way up to 30 already, 14%. It looks like a lot of volume was kind of trapped near the bottom. That's kind of what you want to see, especially when you're locking in like the highest or like the high or the low of the day. You would usually see something like that. So now what I'm waiting for is very simple, to break this area, because I'm only looking to buy really because of that low. Break that area, come back into it, and then I can buy it up probably to the point of control. So hopefully, depending where in the area I see a rejection, hopefully back to these highs, and we can have a tight stop. That would be a decent risk reward, almost a 1 to 2. So that's my game plan. So probably still take a bit of a while, because it's going to have to break that area, come back into it, probably another, who knows, 10 minutes, maybe 10, 20 minutes for that to happen. But if it does happen, and you can see in the footprint, again, this is interesting. Look how the sellers tried to push it down, right? Delta spiked on the sellers, instant failure. So it's definitely giving me way more bullish vibes right now, Logically speaking, you can see when the sellers become aggressive, it's just not working for them. Buyers are just easily pushing it up. They're coming in quite aggressive, and they're doing damage. So for me, it's definitely more of a buy than it is a sell, despite the fact that we did have that push down for the most of today. It's all been bearish. I feel the tide has turned now. We're entering bullish territory again. So yeah, just gonna let that play out, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we have a trade. So I'm gonna, no point setting alert now because it'll get triggered as it breaks through it. But then once it's broken through it, I can set another alert. In fact, let me set an alert just a bit above it so I know when it's actually broken. Very annoying. It almost broke through it and the candle closed, but it's literally technically still inside it. So it's almost there. It's almost there. Typical. I wanted to see a decent break, but we're almost there. Here we go. Now we're breaking through. Okay, good stuff. Let me switch that to gold. See the footprint. Yeah. Let me see the low of the day. How that looks. Where's the low? There it is. Come on. Yeah, there's a lot of volume built up, 600 delta, 200, 200. And then the buyers came in very aggressive. Yeah, I'm happy that the low of the day has been locked in. And there we go. So yeah, now I'm just waiting for that break, the retest, and then I can hopefully jump in. Got it lined up, just waiting for that to happen. So I will update when that does happen. Robert goes, yes, Sam is coming around to the NQ team. No, I wouldn't say I'm NQ team at the moment. I just admitted that NQ was better today than the ES, but maybe one day I'll be NQ team. Who knows?
You admitted this is the first step to, let's say, the right path you started with. Admitting, and then slowly, maybe we'll try it on Fridays, maybe we'll try it on Mondays, and then you will tell you, yes, I don't want you anymore.
Dabble with it. You know, dabble with it. Bit of practice. I'll use the NQ.
Yeah, it's okay. But it's totally okay. Just slowly. Like we will get there, Sam. It's okay. By the end of the summer.
By the end of the summer, I'll be a full-fledged NQ trader.
Yep.
We can't have two NQ traders on the same session though, Aymane. So you know, you'll have to be either I have to move to a different session.
No.
You have to move to
no.
session.
No. You will stay because I'm trading MNQ. You know, you trade NQ. So it's not the same.
we got what's that? Minis and non-minis.
Yeah.
Fair
the
play.
goat is
Fair play.
NQ, me, you know, just MNQ.
Wow. I'm actually trading CFDs technically, because I'll be executing on the CFD. Well, Hola Prime is CFD, isn't it? So yeah, I'll be executing on the NAS 100, but analyzing on the futures.
Yeah.
Best way to do it. Then Sam can be my trading mentor. I thought I'm already your trading mentor, Robert. You know, you can come over to the ES side, Robert, and I'll make it worth your while. Start backing me, Robert. Start bribing Robert to. Still hasn't broken the area. It's been a bit slow. Amazing. Gold's being slow. Can you imagine? What's the world coming to? But the market, I don't know if you guys have noticed. I mean, especially ES, very slow today. Like in terms of the actual movement, like it's been very bullish and like a momentum. Like it had a lot of. I don't know what the word is. I wouldn't even call it momentum. Momentum is
slow.
it was slow but firm. It was like a slow moving train that you just cannot stop. You know.
Yeah.
Like
It
sometimes,
going, but it wasn't going fast.
sometimes when the market is trending clearly up, like it trends slowly up. So
Yeah.
just to, even if you are holding, like you get tired of holding, it moves
Yeah, yeah.
slowly up, and
No
it retraces
fireworks.
sometimes one red candle, big one, and then come back slowly again.
Yeah,
So
that's what they say. The bull markets climb the wall of worry.
Yes, I like that. Very
yeah,
true. Absolutely. But
Yeah. I
go on,
got a little something shaping up. I mean, most of the stuff I'm doing is like ready for tomorrow, but I can see something shaping up on crude oil, which I like. But now I've been bearish for quite some time, and I'm kind of flipping to a bit of a bullish bias, at least in the short term. Let me show you where that comes from.
Please do.
Okay. So the big picture on crude, obviously, we've got that breakdown, descending triangle, big breakdown, retest, back down to the lows, and then obviously back up. Now, I was looking for the thing to basically stall ahead of this resistance, which it did. But last week it tried to break lower, and then it closed on a weekly candle back inside the previous bar's range. So we've got a couple of downside wicks, which suggest a little bit of support coming in at higher levels. And this week so far, although it's only been a couple of days, here we are breaking through last week's high. So that is certainly a concern if you're bearish, at least in the short term, maybe even a bullish signal for the next day or two. So I'm looking at a long trade. I'm looking at basically just going onto the short-term stuff here. I'm just looking to buy a breakout, really. So today's high so far, it matched this previous high from yesterday. So we had a kind of corrective pullback, base, retest, and now we're starting to perhaps gravitate towards the highs. So there could be a bit of a breakout trade on here for crude oil. So should we break through this little high, not a million miles away, I'll take a stab at the long side, tight stop just below this minor reaction low on the hourly chart, and just see what we can do on the upside. So yeah, as I say, I've been bearish for quite a long time, but it's really stabilized and it's starting to look a bit more positive. So you've got to go with the with the facts as they come in, the new news kind of thing.
Absolutely.
This is the daily. Yeah, this is the daily. So I was getting quite excited about this kind of rejection that we got a couple of weeks ago, and then it came back down, up again, retest. And that was the day on which it really should have gone, but it didn't. And here we are a couple of days later pushing through resistance. So I think the balance of supply and demand has kind of shifted in favor of the buyers now. So I think it's definitely good for a crack at these highs, and we'll see what we do from there. It may just do another wick once it gets up there, and then top of the range, and then come down again. But I think short term, just going with a breakout if we get it.
Yeah. Awesome. Oh, really good stuff. Really good stuff. My alert did go off.
I jumped in a risky trade.
Oh, do you wanna show your?
But it's more swing to hold a little bit. Let me show.
Okay. I still have probably a bit of time before my trade fully sets up, so go for it.
Yeah. So for me, as I said on yesterday's session, it looks for me like we will be ranging a little bit between this high and this low. Of course, there is chance that we will break a little bit and come back again. But for me, like we had this big candle, took the previous candle high, close red, and we are now testing, like, let's say the 75%, 50% of the week. If we come back to the 4 hour, we find an unmitigated, even it's risky, but just I jump to it, unmitigated supply. So we took the previous candle high, closed red, continuation. Yes, we had news before, so the market is pushing, but I will be holding a little bit this trade. what I want to see a little bit after is maybe holding this level a little bit and fail. Yes, we are getting some, let's say, a big candle here. Still not 100%, but I just decide to jump for the first reaction to see how the price will react. But the best it will be, let's say, sort of failure here, and this would align also with later we have Trump like in early morning, so it will be something. I feel like it will be something that maybe could turn the market. So from the 4-hour supply, as I said, yeah, this is, let's say, the main idea of the trade. 4-hour supply unmitigated, never tested before. How I draw the supply simply is taking the previous high, closed red, continuation. We never test this supply. Daily, as I said, we took again this previous high, closed red here, where I believe that we are inside the range. I believe that we will come back to test this 21,400, and we will see. Weekly also, we are still holding this resistance here, even though this candle is showing momentum, but it didn't close. We just start the week. So we are still holding those wicks right here, this resistance between 21,300 and let's say 21,843. So we will see what the markets bring us. So I short from here, stop loss above those highs right here, took 0.5 trades, and first target for this one it will be 21,400, and then let's see if we will take those lows. It's a little bit risky, but it's worth the risk. First obstacle that we have, that we could see a reaction from it, is this 21,689 and 21,655. For sure we will see sort of reaction here, and then I will manage the trade like properly. But yeah, if there will be any updates, I will let you know. Let's check gold quickly, Sam, if you don't have anything to show.
Yeah, I just entered.
Okay, so you can take control.
At the stage. So I've just entered. Essentially, we did break it. We broke the area. We came back into it, dipped into it. So I pretty much entered. I was looking. The only thing that does worry me is this huge delta percent on that bullish candle. So ideally, if we really start breaking below that candle, I want to get out. So that gave me a bit more, okay, fine. So my stop, I wouldn't say my hard stop, but like if we start drifting below that big bullish candle there, I know I'll probably manually exit, wait for a better entry. So I don't have to have the tightest stop loss. I mean, I don't have to, risk too much. So it's well worth jumping in. Just got to set the take profit. Take profit is set, and well, stop loss, like I said, I'm going to set it where I would normally set it, and then manually obviously choose to get out if there is that break. So I'm just going to look roughly where it is. Okay, below that 15-minute candle, so around there. All right, cool. Okay, so that's now in. So yeah, hopefully we should see, obviously with the spread, entered probably around there somewhere. In fact, let me just get rid of that. So yeah, I was trying to look at the depth of market. I have to use this one because I haven't set it up for gold. This one's a bit clearer for me, but it's fine. I'm just now looking at which levels a lot of contracts are being traded on. Yeah, one thing I really don't like. I'm still sure it's bullish. I'm still confident it's a bullish market. It's going to start going up. I just don't like how heavy the delta percent. 50% is pretty big. But then I'm looking at gold as a whole. We've seen quite heavy percentages as a whole. So maybe this is just how gold is. Again, I'm not used to gold. So I'm not used to the kind of numbers that are within, yeah, like actually that's not too bad. 50% doesn't seem to be that crazy on gold. So maybe I'm overthinking it. But this is the thing when you trade a new like a new pair, not a new pair, but trade something you're not used to trading.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to like the footprint, you don't know which numbers are, typical, so to speak. So it can take you a while to figure out. So we are kind of just breaking below that candle. But since that candle isn't actually that big of a deal, I thought at first it was, but it seems to be not that extreme in any way. I'm writing off the idea of, oh, that would be my stop now, because I don't think it holds that much significance. Instead, I'm going to look for an area where there was a heavy chunk of buying or trapped sellers. So 108 contracts on those sellers right there. I think that would be a good place to have a stop. If we, theoretically speaking, again, lots of sellers up there trapped. If the market goes below, it allows them to get out. Generally speaking, we like it when people are trapped, when there's heavy volume trapped somewhere. It's a good probability the market's not going to go back there to let anyone out. So I would use that as like my final kind of get the hell out kind of stop. So I'm going to set an alert around there to notify me, and I will set an alert. I need to find exactly where the heaviest volume was. So if I just make this a bit smaller. So really around, okay, I see what's happened. There's a slight gap there. It's not too big, but you can just about start there and we rejected off that gap. So the next small gap would be there then, which lines up to where those sellers are trapped. So realistically speaking, it can bounce anywhere between those two areas. If I just remove that, because that's the whole, anywhere between these two areas, it can bounce, it can range, but we want to see it break above that and then continue up. So I'll set an alert above that area, because then I know I'm safe. This trade is going to be good. If we break above there, then we're going to the point of control. And my take profit, I believe, is, to these highs here. Might break past the point of control, might get out at the point of control, depends how it reacts, but we're not safe until we break above here. And that is that. So we'll let it play out. It's very slow, the market. It's barely moving. So it's just one of those things. Maybe give it a bit of explosive power, move, do something. Right. So we'll catch up with that later on.
I was just sort of going through some of the charts, and something I don't usually look at, but silver. Did anyone have a look? Catch silver's move? It's had an amazing last time.
Haven't even looked at silver.
It's been so boring for a long time, and let me just.
I remember. I think Michael showed it yesterday.
Okay.
It was clean move to the upside, I think.
Yeah, there could be an opportunity there if. Let's have a look. Not today, maybe, but let's. Where are we? Yeah. So, long-term trend up. Basically ignoring a lot of gold's bullishness for the most part. But this kind of came out of nowhere. This one. That's the weekly. So we're kind of
weekly. Okay.
Yeah, we're testing resistance there. But on the daily, that's the move on the daily. That's quite an aggressive move. So big kind of V-shaped reversal. A lot of people trapped. Kind of a bullish consolidation, and now we're starting to break higher. Could be an interesting one on dips. Maybe get another second bite of the cherry next couple of days. Yeah, back on 34 or thereabouts. Could be something to look at. Just it's not something I look at a whole lot myself. I know trading it on a short-term intraday basis can be a little bit hairy sometimes compared to gold. It's I guess it's the NASDAQ of the the precious metal space compared to gold being the S&P.
I like that. I like that.
But yeah, maybe like a swing trade could be something here if anyone's just something that's come onto the radar. So maybe a little bit of buy on weakness next couple of days could be a good opportunity to get in for a push at these highs. So just something different to watch, I think. So
I would say like sugar is like similar to NASDAQ, you know, or orange juice.
OJ.
That's like NASDAQ,
Yeah.
you know, very similar kind of. No one trades it, you know. Like
Yeah.
who trades it? No one does.
Yeah, just get these occasional kind of bursts every so often. I guess I guess while I'm at it, just a quick run through just to see where we are on some of these currencies. So obviously longer term all still looks for dollar negative to me. So euro dollar obviously first wave up from 2022 correction, and then this ramp up this year so far in an acceleration phase to the upside. But it does seem to be a little bit of hesitancy on this thing above 114 on euro dollar. So we had that kind of nice rebound sideways, and then this week we're trying to continue that rebound, but we've snapped back towards the towards the settlement from last week. So I know it's early days in terms of whether we are in the week, but if it kind of doesn't make much headway to the upside this week, then it might be due for a bit of a pullback within the range. So I'm a little bit It's one of those wait and see ones, I think, at the end of this week to see where we end up. Today on this one, we had obviously that break high, which managed to get the high on that long trade, and we've cut quite deeply into yesterday's bullish candle, which is a bit of a concern, I guess, if it stays here. Also, we got perhaps a failure above the swing high, so it might be one of those kind of things where if there's no real momentum later today, earlier tomorrow, then there might be some kind of attempt at coming back into the range. So just getting a little bit, you know, in the short term, there could be some kind of counter trend forces kicking in. But obviously, you know, I'm mega bullish longer term, so I'm always ready to turn the other way if I get a decent signal. But I think based on today's action, I'd rather stand on the sidelines or even take a shot at the short side tomorrow if we get a decent intraday reversal. So that's that one. Sterling seems to be quite strong by comparison today. So big picture is obviously the same as euro dollar, very similar. So major low in 2022, first wave up, correction, wave 2, and then nice rally to new highs, shallow corrections. So this is for me, this is a wave 3, which should take us much higher long term. But short term, still kind of hesitant around these highs. As Aymane says, we're struggling a little bit. So it could be something to watch out for, like euro dollar. If we don't get too much of a push higher this week, there could be some kind of deeper setback. So just a little bit hesitant on this one at the moment. So kind of standing aside really. Dollar yen, we've had today quite a strong bullish, if it closes there, quite a strong bullish engulfing type candle at support as well. So that could be indicative of a counter trend push to the upside. What do you think on this one, guys? That's daily dollar yen.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I would say it's bottom. I can't even talk. Bottoming out.
Could
I'm able to talk right now.
Could well be. Maybe it's one of these things where it does like a lower high. It pushes higher tomorrow, maybe the next day, and then it tops out and be like a descending triangle type thing.
I think USD GBP was in a downtrend, I think. So now it's sort of, let's say, resting a little bit in a range forming. Break the high, come back, break the lows, rest a little bit to see. Maybe waiting for Friday.
Struggling
NFP.
a bit, isn't it? So,
yeah.
Could be. This could be some kind of descending triangle shaping up, possibly. Relatively flat bottom, a lot of support here. So it'd be interesting to see what we do next couple of days. Maybe it might be one of these things where it does the trend line and then comes back down, but we'll see what it does. I think based on today's action, I'd rather be long than short. I think in the short term, so it could be one for tomorrow to buy the dip and just look for a short term push higher. So yeah, not massively bearish on it right now. I might need to take a couple of days before I can sell it again. It seems that the yen crosses, they base quite nicely with the stock market. Sometimes the stock market has a positive effect on the yen crosses. So in other words, the yen goes down when the stock market rises sometimes, because you get that kind of carry trade idea. So this is euro yen. So we had that kind of ABC down swing, minor correction, and now like dollar yen, we're seeing a bit of an engulfing situation here at support. So there could be some yen weakness to come next couple of days. So that again, so long dollar yen perhaps is the way to go if euro dollar is going to correct back a little bit more, and sterling dollar is going to correct back a little bit more. So I guess the fast lane would be long dollar yen.
Sure.
That's that one. What else do we look at? Cryptos. Our friend Bitcoin. So it had that corrective pullback. So it seems to be struggling at these highs on the long term.
Sorry,
chart.
Howard.
So had this
I'll
kind
just
of
say
retest of the high. Yep.
Sorry, Howard. I'll just say goodbye to Robert. He goes. He has to go. He's got a Tuesday meeting at the golf range.
Bye, Rob.
See us tomorrow. Take care, Robert.
Have a good one.
Take care,
Have a good one. Take care. Let's just get that back. Yeah. So this one seems to be struggling a little bit at the previous all-time high. So that's an interesting one. It's kind of in no man's land, I would say. I don't know if you guys have got any thoughts on the Bitcoin.
Bitcoin to zero.
I don't know. I think
45,000.
I really don't know.
Bitcoin. It's a tough one.
I find it hard to analyze Bitcoin.
Bitcoin is in a nice uptrend. So buying there, of course not. So especially if you will hold for long term, but maybe swing, maybe if you got the confirmation, maybe to target the highs. But long term, this is not a good place, let's say, to buy for sure.
No.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It just seems to be struggling a little bit at this broken support here. So maybe this could be like a lower high, and see another leg down. But I wouldn't necessarily want to trade it myself. It's just interesting to keep an eye on it. A lot of people follow it. But it seems to be struggling a little bit. What else we have on the currencies? So euro sterling. This is another one. Sometimes can be interesting sometimes, but I don't think it's interesting right now. It's just it had that kind of pop higher, and now we've reversed back and finding a little bit of support. So I guess this is kind of, if it bases out here, then we're starting to see the euro outperform a little bit, but nothing really to write home about, I don't think. Sam, have you seen anything interesting on the other currency crosses?
No, I had a quick look. I didn't see anything that I would particularly want to trade. I feel like today the market is just very, very boring. I don't know. It's one of it. Like even gold. I'm looking at this gold trade right now. We're still at the same place where I entered. It hasn't actually moved anywhere. Like, what is going on? Like, this is gold.
I feel like there is something
normally...
like something big is coming. Some big movement. We will see. Trump is speaking later. I think we will see
Yeah,
some big
maybe
moves.
maybe that's
it has something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably to do with that. But I don't know. I mean, hey, I got a stop loss set. What's the worst that can happen? It'll stop me out. It's fine.
Yeah.
So just let it roll. Keep it playing, and we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. The market is very slow today. Like even I'm looking at the depth of market on gold, and like, how can I explain this? So, all right, let me pull up the screen real quick. So on the depth of market here, if I just clear all this, normally the moment you hit clear, numbers start appearing instantly because there's just contracts being sold, bought, whatever, like constantly. But look how slow it's taken. Like we're barely moving.
Yeah, it looks like
Nothing's
maybe they're
actually
waiting.
Yeah, like normally it's a bit quicker than that.
When there is a news, I think 10 seconds or 5 seconds before the news, they pull out all the order. Yes, Sam, you see this happening, or is just
yeah
like
no they do. I mean the ES. This is the ES depth of market. Like that's moving quite quick actually. You can see the ask and bids just being boom, boom, boom. Look at those orders coming through. ES is moving quite. It's actually quite.
And it's going down. ES, NQ, they are pushing down. So,
but gold is surprisingly slow. I don't know, but who knows? Just kind of died off.
I will share some quickly just to update.
Please, because the viewers will fall asleep. Like if you just look, it's just 3 dojis in a row right now on a 5-minute chart. Crazy.
Yeah,
but go on.
So we enter, as I said, we enter based in this 4-hour supply. So now the 1-hour candle closed, and it's closed really good. Took the previous candle high, closed red, as I said earlier. Yeah, this is the first, let's say, the first obstacle, the first test, because there is high chance we could hold this demand and break higher. So we will see how the price will react. I would like to see some big momentum to the downside. So the way it looks right now, it's good. Yes, there is 57 minutes. Oh, there is something for sure. Okay, US suggests interim step in Iran nuclear talk, allowing some. Yeah. Okay, so that's why we're seeing these movements. So far it's looking okay. My target is still far away, but for sure we will manage it accordingly before the session end. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We still have just under half an hour. Hopefully, our trades have moved a little bit in that time, a bit more. It would be nice if they hit their targets, but like from where I'm sitting, I don't think my trade's going to be anywhere near its target by the end. So
could you check for me, Sam, the footprint, the delta on NQ, because mine is lagging a little bit. If you could share quickly, take the screen.
Sure.
Just I want to see this hourly candle, like how it look like on the delta.
The hourly candle.
Yeah. If you could share. Oh,
Can
you are
see
sharing. Okay. Yeah. I can see.
Oh, you can. Cool. Yeah. So
okay.
Current candle delta is 617 to the it's moving constantly, obviously. You can see it on the screen.
And this red candle, like, okay, there is 5,000 on volume, 44, 43, 31. Like at the top of the previous red candle, if I can see just the clusters. Yeah, nothing big. Yeah.
Maybe if I show you 1 second. Let's just move to depth market. And then go to our, might be better with this chart, because this one, what they do.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. Straight away from the, look at that. You can see it. You can see it clear as day. Just that spike of buyers right at the top. I'll definitely be in the market of shorting it as well.
Yeah.
See that delta right there?
Yeah.
On the last 2 hours ago. And we've had that reversal. 100%.
Could you compare this number, this 1.19K with the previous, let's say, 5 candles? Just okay. So before there was 60.
1.19K, 60, 134, 558, 305.
6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was some big
37, and that's the bottom of the bull run. So
yeah,
the highest volume at the top, it's going to have a nice reversal then.
Yeah,
and you can see the clusters actually near the top. You've got the 386 right there. Another 200. Yeah. So I think you're spot on. NQ will drop, which it is anyway.
Yeah.
I think you're 100% spot on with that. Well spotted, man. Well spotted.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. There is just one demand. We are inside it right now. That's the only. If we will break this demand, of course we are getting a reaction now. But if we will break that, and it's point of control for you there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Point of control. Let me see if the point of control is also there. Yeah. On this charting platform as well, they got that's the point of control, which it just touched.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see that it lines up as well. Yeah, it literally touched the point of control. It's rejecting a bit, but I do think you're right. We're going to push down. I would say the most obvious spot for me would be here, around here, because not only is that like on the candlestick chart, you might be able to see it. So you can see it better on TradingView. Probably that there's a gap there, and also that's where the last leg's high was, if that makes sense, right? So yeah, I could see it probably coming back down to here, and then God knows what will happen. It will probably remain bullish, but I could see it coming back down to here again. But it will take time. It will take this. Well, probably not today, but like if I was trading, I would have probably already got out. The point of control would be a good exit for me. So I don't know where exactly you shorted it, but say you shorted it here, so that would be that would be the scalp trade for me. Quite nice.
I shorted at
so yeah, no, well spotted.
Yeah. Let me show
Very
it.
well spotted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you're up.
So I shorted it somewhere here. So at 21,715.14. So
okay, so you got a really good entry as well then.
Yeah. I don't know how to. What is the chart?
Yeah, you got a nice entry.
Sorry. Okay, here. Yeah, so for me, like just this demand right here is that what I needed to get, like get broken. Yes. So we got some reaction here. Let's see if some sellers step in to push lower and break this lower. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the
Good
top,
stuff.
as you said, Sam, like there is this, I don't know what they call it, like neckline or oh, it's pushing. There is. Okay. Maybe we could get similar price like last
It's really
time with
starting to go
Michael.
now, isn't it?
Huh?
Sorry?
Maybe we could get what we got. I think it was 2 weeks ago when we had this big push.
What happened?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm trying to think. 2 weeks ago.
I don't know where was that push. Let's see it. You will remember it. Yes, no, not
Push
this
down
one.
or push up? Oh,
no,
this.
push down. It was here. You remember, Sam? We were this push down, like 2% down. We were with Michael. You remember when I bought here and you were laughing?
Probably. Yeah. Okay.
I think
I remember now. Yes.
I think Michael shorted from here. EES or NQ, I don't remember. Maybe yes. So we will see.
Yes.
It looks good so far, especially on the hourly with this candle here. Took the previous one, closed red. But we will see.
Really
so
nice.
if we will break this,
it's
demand,
moving really well.
Yeah. If we will break this demand, there is this demand right here. I will be monitoring this area here. Maybe I will take, like, even if we hit this area before the session, like session finish, I think I will gonna take one position from here. Let's see. Any thoughts?
No, looks good.
Yeah.
Looks very good.
Yeah, bit of profit taking after the good run. Yeah, so had a nice run.
Yeah.
I guess if Trump is going to be saying stuff, then maybe they get a bit nervous and take some profits off the table.
Yeah.
For now, like there is. Do you know what time Trump is speaking?
He's speaking, like, my time is 6 a.m. So this means like it's 12 a.m. Eastern time. So Asian session.
Okay. Yeah. So we're coming to some fireworks in the mornings.
Yeah. I think we're gonna see some movements on the Asian session.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's check gold.
Sorry, I think my connection is really bad.
Yeah, it's okay. Hello? I'm not. I don't know if it's me or you.
No, it's definitely me. It's definitely me because everything that's connected to the internet is glitching out on my side.
Okay, Coach
Just
Howard,
carry on. I'll.
Okay.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
I can hear.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So let me go back. So yeah, I think if Trump will say something at night, for sure we will see a lot of drama on the charts. So we will see. For now, the NQ is retracing. Let's see from the top now. We are down. How many points? Not much yet. So we could, okay, 100 points from the top, but we can definitely close inside the demand again and break the highs again. So how I monitor my trades, especially in an intraday, let's say, trades, I always check when the candle close. I always check which candle like did close. For example, now the 15-minute candle. So what happened here is we had the demand right here, and we broke below and closed below it. So and after this big candle, I want to see continuation. I don't want to see like support getting created here, and especially late during the day, it could easily, like, say, create a support here and come back again, trend higher slowly. So yeah, the only time frame that I like now the most is the 1 hour. 4 hour not much. I like just the 1 hour and the daily. So we are rejecting this week right here on the daily, and this unmitigated supply took the previous high, closed red, continuation. So 4 hour, it's look more bullish. We will see, but definitely I will wait for this 30 minutes candle to close. Maybe we will come back to this area and we will take profits right here. So let's monitor it and see.
Yeah. Just
yes.
I guess
so NQ moved. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to interject
Sorry.
with a bit of a thought, but I'd rather you finish what you're talking about, and I'll come back.
No, it's okay. I finished. No, it's okay.
I'm just thinking in terms of Trump. He's been challenged a little bit by people talking about the taco trade. Not sure if you heard about that one.
No.
Trump always chickens out. So in terms of, he threatens stuff and then he pulls it back and all the rest of it. So I'm wondering whether he's going to show people that he isn't somebody that's going to quit when it comes to following a particular path, and be a bit harder on tariffs or whatever it might be. Because I can imagine he won't be feeling too happy about that kind of critique. So maybe that might be reflected in how he operates in terms of the tariff situation. So could just be some kind of curveball that hits the market at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, I think. Sorry, Aim, I see your computer screen still. Do you want me to put you up on the... Okay.
That looks good.
Yeah, so
it's gone down nicely, hasn't it? Yeah.
Great timing.
Really good.
Hello?
Yeah, we're here. I think the connection is really bad. Every time we talk, I think it takes 10 seconds for you to hear us, and vice versa.
Okay. Okay. Sorry to all the viewers. So yeah, just the updates for now. I will wait for this 30 minutes candle to close. See if we will close inside this 15 minutes demand. I prefer to close below and come back here, and then we will take some partials. So in term of the footprints, I'm not sure if mine is working or not. Let's see. Let's give it a chance. It's still lagging. It's fine. Yeah. I will keep you updated if there is anything.
On my side, that crude oil has just died a death. It's not really moving, so nothing to get excited about there yet.
Yeah. Euro USD.
Gold did drop a bit, went to that area, and now it's bouncing up. So hopefully now it's kind of woken up at least. That's the good thing, because for a longest period, for half an hour, it printed 2 dojis for 30 minutes doing nothing, dropped back in, hit that little gap, and now it's making its move up. So hopefully in the next 10 minutes it can it's not going to hit my target, but I don't know, who knows. So
Yeah.
you were saying
I still like this GBP entry. Of course, it's just here on trading view, but it makes a lot of sense. Like if we close, for example, like this, next candle, follow up, take those lows. But
very nice.
what I want to see, like I said earlier, is semi fame, then come down. So let's see if what we want will happen or not. But definitely, I definitely like it. Euro USD looks similar, like in my eyes, especially on the weekly. This is Euro USD on the weekly. So yes, we have a nice run to the upside. Now we are struggling a little bit to break the high. So maybe we could also take the lows here. Come take the lows, stay a little bit in this range. We will see how this Trump speech tonight will go, but definitely the way the market is moving right now so slow, I think it will be some good, like some big movements, and we will wake up at maybe at like petrol, when the petrol hits zero. Maybe ES will hit zero. Who knows?
Actually,
you know what, that would be amazing. I'm sure for most people it wouldn't, but if ES hit zero, how much would you buy? Like just how quick would you buy that, knowing that it will probably recover very quickly?
They are too smart. They will stop trading and they will not let us buy, because that's what they do usually. They stop, you cannot buy, and then. But I will buy ES. It will be the first time. If ES costs, let's say $1, not more than $1, just $1. Yes,
and bounces back to 5,000 something.
Yeah.
Imagine making $5,000 for every dollar. I would like remortgage the house. So I'll sell everything, just push it in.
Yeah. How much ES cost right now? Like $5,000?
Something like that.
Yeah, too cheap.
Too cheap.
Yeah. Check out NQ. You should check NQ.
Well, no, check basically 6,000. 5,976.
Okay, and how much is NQ?
Look, it's not about which number is bigger. All right. Okay. NQ is 21,600.
Okay.
But that's because
what? I couldn't hear. Could you repeat, please?
21,600. But NQ is based on all the volatile tech stocks, right? All the what if there's another .com bubble one day? S&P is more stable. Just 500 of the biggest companies on the stock exchange. That's
lot of defensive companies in there.
Yeah, just a nice diverse range of different companies. NQ is decent. I do see NQ as you're slowly starting to convert me into NQ.
Thank you.
I got a kind of a parting shot, I suppose, on the currency side. Is sterling dollar cable again. Let's just have a quick look at my system. Is getting ready to do something tomorrow, and it could be the buy. It could be either way, but let's have a look. So today we are forming an inside session by the looks of things. Yeah. We've not broken yesterday's high. We've not broken yesterday's low. Okay, so forming an inside session. That's exactly what we did back on this day, on the 22nd of May, and then the next day was the buy signal. Boom, and that was a good 2-day swing trade basically. So that and this actually kicked off in Asia, in the Asian session. So and I think I woke up a little bit afterwards, and I got in just a little bit higher. So I managed to catch a good piece of this. So that could be something for tomorrow morning on the European Open. Could be something to look out for. We start breaking above today's high tomorrow, then get ready for an explosive move.
Very nice.
So that's another one for tomorrow, I think.
Really good.
Yeah.
Well, last 5 minutes. I might as well show what gold is doing, because I don't think. I mean, I think it might go back to break even in the next 5 minutes, but it's not going to have anything. And then I'll just leave it running and catch up with it in tomorrow's session of how it played out. Let me know if you see my screen. So yeah, gold did kind of what I was expecting in a weird way. Like we didn't really break above it properly, but we did enough. Came back to that area there where there was a lot of people trapped. There's also a little gap there. And now it's making its move, its next leg up. So I expect at least a good way you can do it, actually. I don't know if it works with gold. It probably should do. You can measure the last leg and then just measure it, or you can use like a Fibonacci. So my take profit kind of lines up to the size of one leg, one jump. But either way, I'll close before the market closes. I won't hold it overnight. Or you could do a Fibonacci. Where's my Fibonacci? Something I haven't used in a long time. Can be useful. What did it reject off? 05? I can't see. Oh no, 03. Okay, cool. 03 might go back to at least the last high. But yeah. Sadly, it was a bit slow. Timing is bad. You know. Didn't quite get.
I closed my position in Q position, so I still believe like it will be one of those days when you create the high of let's say the Asians and NY session. So and the Asian session will open, respect the high, and continue trending lower. But I just close it. Tomorrow is. Sorry. Yeah. So.
Sorry, it was my internet.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Just quick update. Screen. Yes. Yeah. So I close it somewhere, I think, around here, and yeah, we let's say came to this 15 minutes demand. On the 15 minutes, we closed below it, but next candle open with momentum. And now we are coming back again to this range. So yeah, I think today was a little bit slower, as you can see. When there is no action, we cannot say much because there is not enough, let's say, opportunities. You remember, Sam, last week there was trades from every side. Michael, me, you, Coach Howard. Sometimes when the market is slow, you cannot, let's say, trade whatever setup you got. So, but tomorrow I believe there will be some good setup. So,
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, explosive moves ahead tomorrow.
Yeah,
fingers
stay
crossed.
tuned.
Fingers crossed, because
but not ES. Like there will be some good movement. Euro USD NASDAQ.
ES always has a move. ES. Today was the first day in history fully, yes,
history.
where there wasn't a good trade there. Since you know, ES became an instrument to trade it, first day, so historic day, ladies and gentlemen. But that is time. That is time. Howard, Aymane, been a very good session.
Pleasure, guys.
Yeah, Howard, I'll probably catch you next week. Aymane, tomorrow. So
yes, always with you, Sam.
All right, guys. Have a good evening.
Good luck.
Take care. Thank you, Coach Howard.
Bye, guys.
To all the viewers, thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.